Good morning, Hofstra fans, and welcome to the first dual meet of the season. The Hofstra Pride will be taking on the Duke Blue Devils at the Hofstra Quad. The Pride will also be facing Citadel and Sacred Heart later on, so stay tuned. My name is Zach Weiger, and I'm joined by Olivia Hillstead, and we are ready for 3 matches. Olivia, what do you expect to see today? This
is going to be a big day for Hofstra, not just for the wrestlers, obviously first duels of the season after 2 tournaments. We're going to see a lot of returners. We're going to see some of the new guys out. But it's also a big day just for Hofstra in general. It's Alumni Day. It's Jamie Franco's first duels as head coach. Of course, this is his first season with the Pride. Graduated from Hofstra, was assistant coach for years, taking over for Dennis Papadatos, who did 10 great years as coach. And so it's a big day.
It is a huge day, and we are off at 125 with Dylan Acevedo Switzer versus Ethan Grimminger. Both guys are on the edge. Little tie collar right there. Acevedo does have the inside. Grimminger is on the outside, and the 2 wrestlers break off.
Acevedo, a senior from New Jersey, was the starter last season after Dylan Ryder bumped up to 133, and he's really improved in his time here with the Pride. As for Ethan Grimminger, he is from California, actually, and he's a junior with the Blue Devils.
Yeah, Grimminger did not see too much action last season. He only wrestled in 1 dual meet, where he wrestled in 10 the previous year. So he's looking to maintain that starting position, as Duke does have 2 freshmen at that 125 weight class that could step up. Acevedo did take a shot there, but Grimminger did a good job using his head, down blocking, and couldn't get on the legs. And there we go. Grimminger is in on the legs. Acevedo in on the crotch, trying to lift it up, separate the hips. Grimminger has his head underneath. Could try to go back door, and he does. And Grimminger almost on the 3, but Acevedo is doing a great job holding onto that leg. Now Acevedo's in a great position. If Acevedo can get on the outside, and no points awarded. Both wrestlers went out. Grimminger did a great job facing forward and making sure Acevedo did not get the 3 on that exchange. Now with 120 left in the first, both wrestlers are back in neutral. And as we talked about a lot last year, Acevedo was one of the most improved wrestlers for the Pride last year. So he's looking to maintain that starting position with a guy like Teague Strobel, who has looked very impressive so far this year. So hopefully we see more Strobel, maybe later today, but definitely in the season.
I was just going to say Strobel's hot on his heels. He's really been pushing him, and so hopefully what we'll see this year is both of these guys start to improve. Strobel, the freshman, he's wrestled so far in both competitions for the Pride, but we've yet to see if he's actually going to redshirt or if he'll be representing today. He might get some matches. We'll see.
And what we saw earlier was Grimminger trying to go backdoor. Now it's Dylan Acevedo. Grimminger's doing a great job holding on to that ankle, but Acevedo's doing a good job following behind. And I believe that's going to be 3 for Dylan Acevedo Switzer, the first points of the match. There is 14 seconds left on the clock. Grimminger trying to get that 1 before the time expires, but Acevedo is trying to hold on to him for as long as he can, and great work from Dylan Acevedo Switzer to prevent Ethan Grimminger from getting the 1 point.
Six seconds here. He's just got to hold him.
Smart from Acevedo right there. And that is the end of the first period.
Pretty strong start there for Acevedo. He's currently 1-4 in the season, so only had 1 win at the Princeton Open. But like we've been saying, he's a guy who started to improve, and so we'll see what he's able to do today.
Yeah, very strong start from Acevedo, and the second period is underway. And Acevedo now gets the 1 point. It is 4-0 Dylan Acevedo Switzer. Right now the wrestlers have an over-under. A lot you can do from here. Definitely some laterals. Definitely some type of throws, but the referee calls it a stalemate.
Want to highlight that this is a double. We got 2 mats going today, so you're going to hear a lot of whistles, a lot going on. The Citadel is wrestling Sacred Heart right now, who Hofstra will compete against later today. So we'll keep you up to date on what's happening on this mat, but you can tune in to the other stream, I believe, also on this channel if you are interested in hopping over there.
Yes, that match will be on mat 2, also on the YouTube Pride YouTube channel. That mat will be open later today as Duke will be facing Sacred Heart on that mat at 1:30, I believe. Now Acevedo went in on a shot right there. Almost cost him, but he was able to get back up. And now both wrestlers are still in neutral. Ethan Grimminger trying to push him out on the edge of the mat. Nice little tap on the head, try to go for a shot. Acevedo very aware of his surroundings. Down block, use his head to prevent Grimminger from getting in on the legs. Acevedo right there, the little snap down, wasn't able to spin behind, wasn't able to get anything going. Again goes for a snap down, very aggressive right there. Both wrestlers are working for something. There's 8 seconds left on the clock. Will either wrestler be able to get any other points this period? Only 1 point for Acevedo, but another good period as he maintains that 4-0 lead. Ethan Grimminger will elect to go on bottom for the start of the third period.
See Acevedo talking to Franco there. Franco, a guy who really understands what it's like to wrestle at these lighter weights. It's where he competed for the Pride, where he qualified for nationals. So he really understands what Acevedo's working with here, as he'll let him out for 1 point for Grimminger there.
Yeah, Grimminger did a really good job right there having hand control of Acevedo. It's hard to mat return the guy if Grimminger is holding onto your hand, so Acevedo was very smart there and let him go. Grimminger is doing a lot of these fake shots, trying to get Acevedo moving, but Acevedo's good. He's staying his base. He's not overreacting to anything Grimminger is doing. Now, Acevedo once again trying to go backdoor, has both hands on the ankle. Grimminger is around the waist of Acevedo, trying to prevent Acevedo from going behind the back. They are on the edge of the mat, so this could be like what we saw earlier in the first period where Acevedo got the 3, but they're on the edge of the mat. Acevedo's playing with fire right here on the very edge of the line. Grimminger trying to just push him out. No whistle. The referee just letting them work right here. Heavy sprawl from Grimminger, and now the referee will bring it back to neutral in the middle of the mat. There's 42 seconds left on the clock. Grimminger needs a takedown here to tie the matchup.
It was the right idea from Acevedo there, trying to isolate one of the legs and work around there, bringing that down. But Grimminger did a really good job of getting his hips out and creating that separation, so he was able to sprawl out like that on that edge of the mat. So they've had really good mat awareness in this match, knowing where they're at. As we see just more forward pressure, that's what I'm really noticing, is nice little high crotch attempt there, but great sprawl by Acevedo.
Yeah, both these wrestlers have been very defensive this matchup. Fast-paced matchup, and there's 10 seconds left on the clock. Acevedo just going to make sure Grimminger does not get any points. Heavy on the... Grimminger right there was deep, but Acevedo, another beautiful sprawl. And that will do it for the first matchup of the day. Dylan Acevedo defeats Ethan Grimminger 4-1 to give the Pride the early 3-0 lead against the Duke Blue Devils. Next up, we go to 133 as Chase Liardi will be taking on Ray Adams of Duke.
Liardi coming back after a season away from the Pride. Broke his nose, actually, at practice wrestling Justin Hoyle, and so had to take some time off, but he's back. Liardi has an interesting story. You know, as his first season collegiately wrestling, he was at Ohio State, and then he came back here to Hofstra. The ties run really deep, obviously. He's a Massapequa native, and he grew up wrestling with Franco as his high school and private coach, and so he wanted to reconnect and come back to his family and these guys as he gets an early takedown here in this match.
Yeah, Liardi wasted no time right away. Quick hand tie, quick little movements with the hand. Gone in the leg easily, and it was an easy takedown from Liardi. And Liardi, a local here in Massapequa, but so is Ray Adams. Ray Adams from Merrick wrestled at Calhoun, and he's wrestled in this building before. Wrestled in the county finals against Joseph Clem, a very talented wrestler, and that was a good battle right there. But Ray Adams will be looking to get a win here today against Liardi, but Liardi's not going to make that easy for him. And again, it looks like Liardi is trying to go for some type of half on the edge of the mat. Adam does a good job standing up, but they are out of bounds, so they will go back to referee's position.
Adams, a sophomore, last season posted 5 wins in his first season with the Blue Devils. Like you said, also a New York guy. There's a few different New York guys on this Duke roster along with New Jersey guys, so kind of a local get-together, honestly. There's a pretty good crowd here today at the David S. Mack Sports and Exhibition Complex. Normally we see some basketball here, but we're filling the stands.
Yeah, especially for 11:30. A lot of people, it's hard to get up this early on a Saturday, but we have a beautiful crowd, and there's a quick stoppage for blood from Adams. It looks like he has blood somewhere in the facial area, maybe the nose, but Liardi talking over with Franco, discussing what he could possibly be doing, but Liardi has looked really good, so it was a great start from Liardi.
Yeah, he looks really good so far in this match. He's 0-3 so far to start this season after competing at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic, but you have to understand that's a tough tournament, and if you get put in that tougher bracket, that's what he was in, it's tough. And so he actually, I want to say, posted some pretty good matches against a guy from Army, UPenn, and then number 13, Brett Unger of Cornell. He only lost 6-8 there, and so Liardi's building himself back up to that speed that he needs to be at in order to have success this season.
Yeah, and he had a broken nose, so he was not on the mat for a while. He hasn't had those live goes. So a lot of this is just going to be getting that mat rust off for Liardi, and so far it's looking like the rust is off, and Liardi once again broke his opponent down, and again he's working for that half, trying to spin around him right there, trying to spiral him, going against the hip. Now Liardi putting pressure on that shoulder, trying to go for an arm bar, looks like. Evacuates the arm bar. Going over the head, maybe a cradle attempt he's working for. Ray Adams did a good job holding the hand. Liardi's mixing stuff up, going for claws, going for underhooks, looking for an opening. Ray Adams not giving him anything. Ray Adams does a good job building to his base and getting the 1 point.
By keeping him down, Liardi got some riding time there, which is going to be helpful, but I think this is the right decision to cut him and go for another takedown after he was so successful at the beginning of the match.
Yeah, Ray Adams did a really good job there on bottom, preventing Liardi from getting any turns. So if Liardi was able to get a takedown in less than 20 seconds, it's never a bad idea to try to get that done again. Adams a few times touched match eyes, get lower than Liardi. Right there, Ray Adams went for a shot, missed, and right away, Liardi reshot and got the 3 points. Beautiful work from Liardi, and Liardi is throwing in legs right now. Something he did not do on their first go, so maybe he can get some type of turn in this type of position. Liardi again trying to work for that half. Adams does a good job of grabbing hand control, preventing Liardi from getting anything in and getting anything dangerous. But so far it's been a very good match from Liardi as we have 6 seconds left in the first period.
Yeah, throwing in a leg right there to try to flatten Adams out, but didn't really work out. Threw some pretty sick cross faces there to try to break Adams down, but he's staying really strong here. Both of these guys, team captains. So we're seeing the leaders for these teams right now wrestling as they're going to break right here probably for some more blood time, but it's kind of an exciting New York homecoming now that looking at these lineups, a lot of New York guys, a lot of local guys, and same over at the Citadel and Sacred Heart match over here. Hofstra's obviously going to compete against both of them today. Duke already wrestled a lot of the guys from the Citadel at the Battle of the Citadel earlier this season. As for Duke and the rest of their season, they are on an 0-2 record right now after losing to LIU, Brookville, and Rutgers. Rutgers, of course, ranked number 15 in the country. Very formidable program. Some more things about Duke. They're in the ACC, and so while you're looking at terrible conference record generally, they are met by just stacked teams: Stanford, NC State, Virginia Tech. And so they face some of the toughest opponents all the time. And so even though you see that 8-38 loss to LIU, you know that they've got some tough guys.
Yeah, and that's a team that the Pride will be facing on later this year. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Pride can stack up against Duke and see how Duke's wrestlers performed against the LIU guys. So that's going to be an interesting match later on this year. I believe that's in January. So something to keep your eye on for the Battle of Long Island. But here we go. Liardi is on bottom to start the second period. And a mat return from Ray Adams, but Liardi was able to forward roll out of that and get the 1 point. Impressive work from Liardi right there. Both wrestlers, a lot of hand movements, trying to get the other wrestler to think, trying to get the other wrestler to move. And now Ray Adams, of course, a Long Island guy, but his dad is big in the Long Island wrestling community as well, as he is the coach for Long Beach Wrestling, that's a program that's up there for the top in Nassau County, and he's a very credentialed coach. So there's a reason why Ray Adams is as good as he is. Now Ray Adams right now had the underhooks, but decided to let those go. Liardi goes for a shot. Adams does a great job down blocking the shot.
Liardi started to slow it down after that quick start to the match. I liked that aggression to start, but it's hard to maintain that for the full possibly 7 minutes. But starting to slow it down here, being a little bit more methodical. He's got this nice lead. Of course, this is a dual meet, so we have team scoring in mind. 3 points for a regular decision, 4 for a major decision, 5 for a tech ball, 6 for a pin. So they're always trying to work for that. But a win is a win. You can win a match on just regular decision. But sometimes it's nice to push the pace, which Liardi's starting to do right here.
I think Liardi knows if he gets 2 more points, that is a major decision. He does have another period to do that. So 1 takedown would make it a major decision for the Pride, which would be 4 points on the team total instead of 3. And that does it for the second period. Ray Adams likes to go neutral, which may be a little interesting because Adams was able to get the 1 points kind of easily against Liardi. But he is down by 6 points, so there's a lot of work for Ray Adams to do if he wants to try to tie this matchup. Liardi went for a shot, but Ray Adams did a good job sprawling out. Ray Adams on the hands, trying to spin behind.
Now if Liardi can knee slide and peek through, he'd have a nice... Would have been a nice little sequence there.
Yeah. Liardi's a little far, but as you mentioned, a knee slide would have been a perfect move to get a little closer on Ray Adams.
Adams is a pretty tall guy, and he wrestles pretty high. Nice little fake shot there, and a shot by Liardi.
That was a beautiful sequence by Liardi. Little shoot, reshoot. Easy 3 points for Liardi. He got the takedown. And now they are in major decision territory. And Liardi also has over 2 minutes of riding time. Now, Liardi let Ray Adams up. Still 8-point differential. The score is 10-2 with just under a minute left on the clock. Liardi just needs to maintain this lead, make sure Adams does not get any more points to prevent his major decision going away.
This is a good match from Liardi. We're seeing some good offensive pressure, some good defense. He's moving at the speed that he needs to be, And after starting the season kind of off to a little bit of a rough start, 0-3, this is a really good look as they're in this great 50-50 here into this scramble position.
That was a great sequence from both Ray Adams and Liardi. Ray Adams had a great takedown on Liardi. Liardi had a beautiful wizard. Then Ray was able to get to the front, push his hips over, and it looked like he was going to get the easy 3, but Liardi, in a split of a second, was able to face forward, prevent any points, and they went out of bounds and are back in neutral. So great work from both wrestlers. And now we got 10 seconds left on the clock. Adams trying to be aggressive to prevent Liardi from getting any more points, but it looks like that will do it with 2 seconds left on the clock. It will be a 10-2 victory for Chase Liardi. That is a major decision, and the Pride will go up 7-0 against the Duke Blue Devils. Now we will move on to 141, where Justin Hoyle will be taking on Noah Kochman.
Justin Hoyle, another guy who had to take last season off. He had a leg injury of some sort. It was pretty bad, and so he missed most of the season, but he came back. It's his 6th year here with the Pride. He got a year of eligibility, gray shirt, and so he came back. He's wanting to get it done in his final season here for the Pride. And It looks like he's going to be wrestling Christian Coleman, I want to say, for the Blue Devils.
Yeah, a little switch up there. Thank you, Olivia. And Justin Hoyle has the goal of making it to the national championship. Justin Hoyle last year was semi-healthy where he could have went in there and could have went for the EIWAs, but he decided that if he's going to have this goal, if he wants to have that mindset of being the best and living his dreams of wrestling in the national championship, he needed to be fully healthy, have another season under his belt. So I think Hoyle made the right decision. And now there seems to be some type of confusion on the mat as both wrestlers are standing there and waiting. The referee is talking to the score table, so we'll see what the issue is.
While we're waiting, though, Justin Hoyle, like we said, grad student, been here for a minute, originally from Maple Valley, Washington, then wrestled in high school at Wyoming Seminary, so he's kind of been all over the country trying to be the best he can be at wrestling. As for Christian Coleman, he's from Pennsylvania. He's a senior this season, so 2 older guys here to represent their teams.
And we are underway. Justin Hoyle is looking to get a little more wins. Again, as you mentioned, at the Journeyman Classic, he had some tough competition, so the win-loss record, it's not the greatest right now, but we know how talented Hoyle is, and even in those losses, there were great signs from the senior.
Yeah, he's 2-4 in the season right now. 2 of those losses coming from ranked guys. Number 26, Kai Oman of Columbia, and then number 19, Danny Pacino of Illinois. So very formidable opponents. This at the Princeton Open and the Journeyman Collegiate Classic. Both of those actually in sudden victory. So he's right there with some of the best guys in the country. Of course, getting wins over a guy from Army and a guy from Lehigh. So some EIWA opponents there.
Yeah, Justin Hoyle went for a throw by, almost had it, but Coleman did a good job scooting around, again going for another throw by. He's doing a good job, or Hoyle's doing a good job of getting in that position to get the throw by, but Coleman's able to strengthen it, push it through. We have just under 2 minutes left in the first period. No points awarded just yet. Hoyle right there had a 2-on-1. Was looking to get on the leg, but Coleman's doing a good job preventing anything right there. Just a lot of hand fighting right now. Both wrestlers looking for an opening. Nothing too crazy has gone on just yet. Both wrestlers trying to get a little lower than each other. Hoyle grabbing the underhook there. Coleman in a position where his head is on the ear. A few things you can do in that position, but Coleman wasn't able to get anything done.
Hoyle's been really working this Russian throughout the season, which I really like. I think it opens you up and helps get to the side here as he's trying to get a nice little foot sweep and then is trying to transition to a more traditional takedown there.
Great sprawl from Coleman, preventing Hoyle from getting in on the legs. We have just under 30 seconds left in the first. Hoyle looking for a throw right now if he can just scoot behind. Fight on the edge of the mat, and the referee will blow the whistle as both wrestlers will go back to neutral. I think Hoyle right there is too focused on the throw. He had an opportunity just to scoot right back around, so a few points missed out there, but again, they're on the edge of the mat. Sometimes it's hard to do those simple stuff when you're on the edge trying to keep your knees in bounds.
He's looking for that pinch headlock little throw there, which we don't normally see from Hoyle. He's definitely more of a leg attack. I really like the foot sweep that he was trying to work, though, off of the Russian, as Coleman is trying to get to a Russian here, actually. Trying to use Hoyle's offense for himself.
1 second left, and that does it for the first period of this matchup. We'll move on to the second, as it is Duke's choice. Duke elects to go on bottom. So Coleman will try to get an escape here. Let's see what he can do. Let's see what he can do.
As for all time with Hofstra and Duke, this is the third time these teams have met. Duke has won the previous two contests in 2006 and 2016, so it's been a minute since these two teams have faced off against each other, but obviously Duke wrestled LIU recently, and so they're getting a little bit of a taste of some New York wrestling here.
Right there, Hoyle was able to get one swipe on the back, but no points awarded, as Coleman did a great job of getting back to his base. Hoyle heavy on top, trying to go for a spiral ride. Claw up top. Trying to throw him over him. No points awarded just yet. Hoyle is working though. He is looking for something. Very aggressive on top. Not letting his opponent get any room to stand up, build to his base. Heavy pressure from Hoyle.
I like the leg ride. We saw this with Liardi. I think it's kind of I didn't remember seeing this last season from these guys, and so something that they've started to implement in the room, I guess. It's working really well for both of them for getting their opponents flat. It's just getting to a tilt or a turn from there. But
as we mentioned earlier, this is a new coaching staff, so maybe in the room Franco's working on throwing in those legs more, trying to teach these wrestlers a little more, adding a little more to their arsenal. And right now it's looked like it is working. The Pride is up 7-0. Hoyle again going for that claw. And it looks like these wrestlers are fighting on the edge of the mat. Most likely will go out of bounds. Coleman was in that tripod position before. Hoyle was able to kick the knee, or bump the knee. Back him down again on the tripod. 6 seconds left. Hoyle just needs to hold him down for another 4 seconds. That's a successful period from Hoyle.
Surprised there wasn't any stall calls there. There wasn't a lot of action by either wrestler, but it's okay. Start of the third period here. Like you were saying, Franco has some different ideas, different approaches than Papadato's. We've heard about he's big on these guys bringing the pressure down, remembering wrestling is fun and have fun with it and don't stress too much. And that's one of the things that I know Liardi was really working on this season, is calming himself down and just getting in the zone and having a good time with it, having fun. And I'm sure Hoyle's kind of feeling the same way. He knows this is his last season, and so the pressure's there, but you can't let that overwhelm you.
Yeah, I think it's that younger mindset of coaches, and we've seen it a lot in other programs where they do a little like spar wrestling, a little have some more fun in the room. And this new mindset from coaches has really seemed to work, as Justin Hoyle gets the first points of the match with an escape. This is a low-scoring battle. Not too much we have seen from both wrestlers. Hoyle right now could just maintain the 1-point lead, just prevent Coleman from doing anything, but he has to be careful that he gets no stalling warnings. But Coleman right there, very fast. But again, Hoyle did a good job using his head. down blocking, getting his feet back. Hoyle now in a headlock position. Hand underneath the chin, snapping down to the ground. He could be looking for some type of turn here.
It's really putting a lot of pressure there, bringing Coleman down. That's a lot of weight. Surprising how heavy you can be when you're in that position. Is right on the edge of the mat. Would have been a great takedown. Beautiful double was set up there. I'm surprised Coleman hasn't been hit with some stalling. That seemed a little flea-like to me, but
referee seems to be very generous this matchup. But again, we got 35 seconds left in this period and in the match. So Hoyle just needs to maintain this 1-0 lead. It might not be the prettiest win, but a win is a win for the Pride. So let's see what Hoyle can get done.
He does have riding time, so we have 2 minutes, but for how much he's dominated offensively, I'm surprised we haven't seen an actual takedown yet. It seems like he was on the legs multiple times, had really good opportunities. But Duke has been very formidable on the edge of the mat, knowing where they're at.
Yeah, you saw there one of the Duke coaches getting a little mad at his opponent. And now we got 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hoyle maintains the 1-0 lead. And that is another win for the Pride, advancing the team score 10-0 for Hofstra. And now we will move on to 149, where Sean O'Donnell of the Duke Blue Devils will be taking on Noah Tapia. Sean O'Donnell did weigh in at 141, so he is getting bumped up for this matchup. But as we mentioned, Noah Tapia, most wins for the Pride last season, probably the team's MVP. We expect big things from Noah Tapia this year, and we expect big things in his first dual meet.
He's 2-1 so far on the season. Had a loss to Ivan Garcia of Binghamton at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic. We know Journeyman's a tough competition. We know that Binghamton is this team that's really on the rise this season, especially in the EIWA. But Tapia, a guy who just did incredible things in his first year for the Pride, really stepped into this starting role at 149, had some ranked wins. One of his big wins last season was over Jeffrey Boyd of the Citadel, who's now an assistant coach. We'll see them later today. As once again, we're going to have 3 duels today. It's a busy day for the Pride, but they're in this tournament season, used to these long days, so not a problem here. As for O'Donnell, from Pennsylvania, he's a sophomore. He participated last season. He had an exhibition match, but and wrestled in 5 matches for the Blue Devils. So not a lot of mat time. Again, only a sophomore. These both true sophomores, so pretty young guys here, but good start so far. Tapia really controlling this match so far.
The Duke Blue Devils have a very young roster. So is the Pride. So we'll see where these wrestlers can become in a few years. But Noah Tapia, grabbing that underhook that he loves having. We know Tapia loves his throws, so that's probably what he's trying to work here. Trying to find an opening. But Sean O'Donnell does a great job snapping down, breaking the hold, posting on his head, trying to create a little bit of separation. A great fake from Tapia. Back to the high ties.
Tapia, someone who competes off-season for the Pride. He competed, I want to say, in senior freestyle nationals, and so got some of that experience. And we knew in high school he did really well in the freestyle seasons. This beautiful takedown here.
No, Tapia has him in a crackdown position. A lot he can do there. Tapia just needs to pop his head out. And that looks like it's going to be 3 points for Noah Tapia, I believe. They are in a very awkward position right here. Noah Tapia has the ankle. He's underneath. Let's see where points are awarded. And yes, it is 3 points for Noah Tapia.
So the takedown there is going to be for some back exposure. That's how you can earn a takedown if you expose the back like that, which he did a great job of knowing where he was at. But Duke is going to challenge this by throwing the brick out, which kind of an interesting, I say a fair challenge, but you have to remember, if you throw that brick out, that's the only time you get it. So you might want to wait till later in the duel.
Yeah, when the matches could mean more. if Duke gets a few wins, then it's a close matchup, but they're throwing it early. As we mentioned, it was a very awkward position. From our angle, we don't have the best view. We don't see where his back was, but also where Duke's seated. They don't really have the angle of the back. So we will see after replay what the refs decide. But Noah Tapia with the coaches, getting water, going over the game plan, but beautiful work from Tapia to get in on the leg, to get in a position like that, and that's what you expect to see from a guy like Noah Tapia.
Tapia, Illinois guy. We've got another Illinois guy on this roster now this year for the Pride, Gage Shipp, someone who the two of them definitely interacted at some point, know each other well from Team Illinois. Shipp has been a great addition to this Pride team as he placed 4th at the Princeton Open. We'll see if we see him later today, but Hofstra's been building this really exciting roster. Last year's class was a lot of talented guys. You'll see some of them out today in this match and later, but Tapia doing a really good job following, staying close to that body, putting the legs in like we've said earlier, but getting him flat here.
Right off the whistle, Sean O'Donnell. O'Donnell did a beautiful forward roll, but it almost cost him. Noah Tapia had him in a position where he could have pancaked him there, but O'Donnell escaped that. Again, went for another forward roll, but again, cost him. Tapia was able to follow him, put in the legs. But O'Donnell right now working for the stand-up, working for hand control, working to escape. But Noah Tapia does not give up. Stand-ups are free. Great work from Noah Tapia. And that is the end of the first period. It will be 3-0 for Noah Tapia going into the second. And it will be Duke's choice. Let's see what they elect to do.
The Duke coaches were getting into it at the end. They wanted a stall call there, but I think Tapia's done a really good job of following and staying active on top, which sometimes hard to do when you've got a guy flattened out, but you're not able to turn him. But starting on top again this period.
Interesting from Donald that he starts with his head down. He wasn't looking at the ref. Something a lot of wrestlers do. You see where when the ref's starting to blow that whistle, see their cheeks puffing up to get a little advantage, but O'Donnell had it to the ground. Interesting. But again, going for another forward roll. Has Noah Tapia's leg. Tried to go back door. Could have just got the one, but he's trying to get the 3 here. Now there's a lot you can do in that single leg position. He has the leg up high. He's looking at his coaches, trying to get advice from them. And Noah Tapia did a great job. He tried to kick the leg, O'Donnell did, but Tapia was able to keep his balance, and now he has a wizard in. But again, there's a lot O'Donnell can do in here. He's in a great position. But O'Donnell's going to like to get the 1 point after a giant scramble.
Could have gotten a reversal there. That was some beautiful work trying to get to the leg there, elevating, getting his hips high. Really good work from O'Donnell, but Tapia is just too good. Scrambled out of that position, adjusted really well, hit the splits when he needed to. He was looking for this nice roll that we saw Dylan Ryder set up a lot last season, where the other guy has your leg up, but you're able to get the wizard and then kind of dive under the body for this roll, but wasn't there, so he'll work on his feet now.
Very impressive from both wrestlers in that sequence. There is 35 seconds left in the period. Noah Tapia will most likely elect to go on bottom to start the third. So let's see if he can get more points on the board. Again, has the underhook. Trying to work for a throw. Haven't really seen a throw yet from Tapia. O'Donnell has been impressive, the redshirt freshman. We all know how good Noah Tapia is. We knew how good he was last year, and he only seems to be getting better. So great work from both wrestlers.
O'Donnell's actually had a really great start to the season. He's a perfect 3-0, hit 3-0 on Sunday last week, when they wrestled Sacred Heart and LIU. Wrestled LIU. Oh, and Sacred. So when he was at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic. Very busy couple weekends to start the NCAA wrestling season.
Very busy. Now O'Donnell trying to get a claw right in here. Tapia in the tripod position. Tried to go for a little switch right there. Hip heist. No, Tapia. They are side to side. Tapia has a wizard in. O'Connell has the leg. And that is a stall call, I believe. Noah Tapia going back into referee's position. Let's see if he likes to go for the switch again. But O'Donnell was just faster on the whistle. Didn't look like there was too much urgency from Tapia on the whistle, so O'Donnell's now in a decent position, has the legs in, which we're seeing a lot from the Pride guys. But now, going for the head, and a beautiful a beautiful 2 from Noah Tapia to get the reversal.
That was a really great move. He knew, okay, I sit out, create some distance, look for that head. This is when you are the top guy and you're in that claw kind of ride, you don't want to hang your head like that. But you noticed earlier, Zach, that O'Connell was kind of hanging his head. He wasn't too good about getting his eyes up, and so that allowed Tapia to grab the head and get around.
Yeah, excellent work from Tapia. Excellent awareness from Tapia to know where his opponent's head was. And it was just a simple put pressure there, lean it forward, get behind. It's a great work from Noah Tapia, and now the match is 5-1 with 44 seconds left on the clock.
Tapia just got hit with a stall call there, which is interesting. I feel like he's been super active this match, but a lot of refs, they'll call stalling if you're riding parallel with the guy, if you're not working to improve, as he takes a modified start here as the reset.
Yeah, Tapia went for the diamond there and gives O'Donnell the 1 point. Instinct from Tapia, but again, earlier on, O'Donnell was close to getting that reversal, and now Tapia back in on the legs, trying to Superman right there, Turk. A lot he can do in that position. And another 3 points for Noah Tapia. That makes the score 8-2. Tapia trying to get some back points there. O'Donnell gets no points awarded with 10 seconds left on the clock. There's a scramble. And it won't be any points. Tapia has the foot with 3 seconds left on the clock, and that will do it most likely. And there we go, another win for the Pride. Noah Tapia defeating Sean O'Connell 8-2 and advancing the team score to 13-0 for the Pride.
It was a crazy sequence at the end there. It was a great shot by Tapia. He wanted this beautiful, what would have been a beautiful little tilt, but O'Connell was really good about adjusting and trying to expose Tapia on his own, and so got into that dangerous position, but adjusted well.
Great work from O'Donnell there, even in a loss. Impressive work from the redshirt freshman, but we all know the capabilities of Noah Tapia, and we will move on to 157, where Peter Kachun of Duke will be taking on the Pride's Jarius Clark. Now we saw Kyle Mosher go 157 earlier in the season for the not earlier in the season, during the Journeyman Classic. So Kyle Mosher will most likely be wrestling in the next match at 165 for the Pride. So they can flip-flop those two wrestlers, see where they fit best. But Jarius Clark will be wrestling at 157, and right away Clark is fast with those hands. He's getting low, he's trying to get low to the match, so fast start.
Yes, excuse me. As for Cacone, he's a sophomore from Pennsylvania. He saw some action at 141 last season. He wrestled in 8 matches as a rookie. So both of these guys, again, Jarius Clark, he's now a redshirt sophomore technically, and in his 3rd season with the Pride. So some, again, pretty young rosters here, as Jarius has had quite a few matches last season. Even his freshman year compiled a 15-9 record, so he's definitely gotten some mat time in. Yeah,
Jarius Clark, as we mentioned earlier, Dylan Acevedo being one of the most improved wrestlers last year. Jarius Clark was one of the other most improved wrestlers. Clark last year took 7th in the EIWAs with an impressive performance during that tournament and an impressive season in total. So Clark, again, looking to place in the EIWAs later this year and hopefully in a high enough ranking where he could wrestle in nationals.
Yeah, he was the only member of the Pride to place other than Keaton Kluver, who placed 8th but had more allocation spots at the 285-pound weight class, so he was the only one to represent the Pride at the NCAA tournament. As for Duke last season, they didn't have anyone to represent them at the at the national tournament. Clark working for a nice takedown here. Put some points on the board.
That will be 3-4 Dries Clark with 1:25 on the clock. And Pierre Cocoon, another wrestler that Duke decides to bump up. Someone that is a little lighter, so Dries Clark can use his weight here and put a little more top pressure on his opponent. Clark looking for the claw right there. Again, another wrestler throwing in legs, trying to take him for a ride, but Cocoon does a good job getting back to his base. Clark very heavy on the hands, very heavy with the leg ride. Something that the Pride have, as we've been saying, been implementing a lot during this meet.
Clark is 1-2 so far in the season after competing in the Journeyman Collegiate Classic. Had one close loss, one pretty spread, a 3-14 loss, and then a 4-5 loss, and then a 1-second pin for his one win of the season so far.
Now Clark will go back on top with 39 seconds left on the clock after the wrestlers were sent back to referee's position. Cocoon was fast to get up, but Clark pressure Cocoon in that tripod position right now. Cocoon for a second looked like he was going to go for hand control. Yes, he is. He's trying to peel off Clark's hands, but Clark's doing a good job maintaining that position. No movement, as the referee will be calling stalling against Clark.
As for Cocoon, he failed to win a match in his rookie season, but he's had a really great start to this season so far. He's 5-4, but he's had 4 straight wins at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic last weekend. Wrestling at 149, though, so he has moved up some weight, but I think he's adjusting well. Clark, we've talked a lot about him being fast. He's got these good spurts, and so I think, honestly, a lighter guy is sometimes harder than just a heavier guy for him.
That was dangerous there from Clark. Clark started with a leg ride, but lost the legs there, but was able to just use his upper body strength there to get some back points. Great work from Clark. And the decision will be going for Clark, and Clark will elect to go on bottom.
Starting to build a nice lead here as we get into the second period.
Duke is a big school, as we know, but right now, Hofstra has looked very good against them. Now what we saw earlier from the Pride, Cocoon was throwing in some legs there, but evacuated, going for mat return. Clark fast to get back up. One hand in that tripod position, other hand trying to break the legs. Cocoon off for a second. He's a little to the side. Clark could have tried to just shake him off there, but instead he was able to get the one by just standing up. Cocoon posting on the head. Now Clark posting on the head. Both of them trying to create a little separation. Trying to find some openings. Cocoon before just tried to push in heavy to get the underhook again. He's working heavy to get the underhooks there. Something that he might try. There's something in there that he's trying to work.
Seems like he really wants to work in here and set up his shots. I know Clark generally wrestles better from some distance, taking these shots from space. And so getting in these types is not his favorite spot, but he can work through them. So we'll see, because he's trying to post and keep that space. Some heavy hand fighting, though. Cocoon trying to get kind of aggressive here.
Yeah, Cocoon knows he's down 7-1. So he needs to get points fast if he wants to make the third period a little closer. There is 30 seconds left in the period. Clark does have 59 seconds of riding time. Right now, not in effect. Cocoon, you're seeing him a lot. Just be touching the head, trying to create a little bit of separation. But then right after separation, tries to come in nice, really close. So Cocoon's definitely trying to get some type of throw going. But Clark's doing a good job preventing Cocoon's offense. Now that was the end of the period. Cocoon elects to go neutral. But it looks like blood from Clark. Or maybe not.
Just needed a second. Early in the season, you're still, these guys, they train all summer. They do lots of intense conditioning, but lost his headgear there. Got to fix that.
Maybe that's what it was. Maybe he was noting that he needs to tighten his headgear, but
as I was saying, sometimes these first few matches, these first few duels, you're seeing these guys look a little bit more winded than you would at the end of the season. Different feeling going live, putting it all out there. And they've got a busy day today. They've got 3 matches, so taking some breathers is not the worst thing.
Never a bad thing. And Clark is someone that had a big weight cut to make 157. So especially when you're cutting that much weight, you're going to lose a little bit of your endurance. So this few seconds to fix the headgear, it's not a disadvantage for Clark. Those headgears are always tricky. And now it looks like maybe we're not ready to go.
Looking across the mat over at Sacred Heart and the Citadel, it looks like one of these teams is up 18-0, and
I believe it's Citadel.
If I had to put my money on it, I would say it's the Citadel. But both will be formidable opponents for the Pride later today. Citadel from the Southern Conference, Duke ACC, and then Sacred Heart EIWA. So in conference for the Pride, getting some early in conference competition, which is really good for seeding on later in the season. So we're back in action here on this mat.
Clark fast in on the legs, and that looks like it could have been more points, but Cocoon did a good job lacing the body there, tight around Clark's waist. Now Clark did a good job lacing over his leg and to go around to get the 3 points. Great work from Jarius Clark to extend his lead to 10-1, which would now be a major decision.
Then as always, if you get 15 points ahead of your opponent, that's an automatic tech fall. And so it might be what Clark's starting to work for here, but Cacone got that nice escape there. Super quick, really nice little hip heist and flip there. Going back to that rush, and he really wants to set something big up. He must have a move up his sleeve. But Clark's going to keep working for takedown, hopefully, to try to just keep extending the score.
And as we mentioned before, Cone did wrestle at 149 in his last matchup, and you can tell by looking at them that Clark is the bigger of the 2 opponents. So you'd like to see when Clark is on top to see if he can use that weight as an advantage. And it looks like we have a little bit of blood from Cacone. Again, as we mentioned, these breaks aren't a bad thing at the beginning of the season. A little bit of a reviver, a little time to take a breath, think about what you're going to do. 42 seconds left in the 3rd period for this matchup. It is looking very good for the Pride right now, but there's some tough opponents on the Duke roster later on, as Vincent Lee, the freshman for Duke, a state champion for New Jersey. So that's going to be a good matchup at 197. And again, their next, we're back up. Jarius Clark, Peter Cacone, 25 seconds left. Again, Clark tried to go for a throw there. Unsuccessful. Cacone almost had the back. Clark, fast as we mentioned, was able to get back into a neutral position. Again, the headgear is off. 7 seconds on the clock. I doubt the referee will blow the whistle for that. Cacone, a beautiful entry on the leg. No takedown awarded, and that will be another win for the Pride. 10-2, a major decision for Jarius Clark, and now the score will be 17-0 for the Pride.
Really good work there. Clark had some beautiful opportunities those last few seconds if he could just capitalize on that throw, or just honestly just follow Cacone down as he was starting to kind of tilt that way. But nevertheless, got a really good win there. Now moving on, we're going to see Kyle Mosher in his first dual meet appearance for the Pride. Grad student, transfer from Columbia, came back to the island actually. Grew up right around here. knew Franco growing up, did all the kid camps here at Hofstra. And so when Franco was at Columbia, the two of them got even closer, got to work together. And so I'm not surprised that with his grad year, he came to Hofstra, joined Franco. So the ties, the Columbia and Hofstra, New York, Long Island wrestling ties, they go deep here.
Very deep. And again, he did the training camps here. He also wrestled in counties here. A very familiar building for Kyle Mosher. And on Aiden Wallace, he is one of Duke's most impressive and credentialed wrestlers. So is Kyle Mosher. So this is going to be a very competitive battle between the two combatants. As Aiden Wallace tries to go in for a takedown. Aiden Wallace trying to create a little bit of separation with the head to the ear. Kyle Mosher trying to do something with the 2-on-1 there. Was unsuccessful. Both wrestlers are separated right now. No collar tie-up just yet.
Like we said, Mosher, real local, Rockville Center. As for Wallace, he's from New Jersey, so also pretty close. Bergen Catholic. Sophomore. He's had a really great start to the season. He was undefeated in the weekend before, or last weekend against LIU, and then Rutgers. He won both of his matches, so he's been off to a really good start. He had a team best 8 wins so far, after posting a 1-3 record as a freshman last season. So, young guy who's getting it done. As, of course, Mosher, grad student, kind of in a really dangerous position there, Zach.
Yes, Kyle Mosher had the 3 points earlier. Then Aiden Wallace was able to reverse it, and he had it on his back for a quick second. Aiden Wallace could have really capitalized on it, but Kyle Mosher did a great job belling out back to his base, but seems like Aiden Wallace has a 2-on-1 on the hand. He's trying to work for something right there, but Aiden Wallace, he's currently ranked 55 on WrestleStat, and Kyle Mosher ranked 48. So these guys, ranking-wise, are pretty close. So this should be the closest matchup, and right now it is 3-2 in a close battle. Mosher sitting out, trying to peel the hand, trying to create a little bit of separation. Now we saw opposite from the Otapia match. Wallace did a good job preventing his head from hanging over Mosher's shoulder in that sit-down position. Now Wallace, heavy pressure on the arm, trying to look for an opening, but there is 1 second on the clock, and it will be 3-2 Mosher heading into the second period.
He's 2-1 so far this season, so he's had two pretty, once again, kind of like Darius Clark. He had both really close matches, a 15-13 win and then a 4-3 win. The loss was 6-7, but that was against very formidable Dylan Evans of Pitt. So ACC opponent. Somehow these guys have definitely wrestled some of the same guys at this point, but no, Mosher was very impressive with the Lions last season up at Columbia, and so he's a really great addition. The only transfer coming in for the Pride this season, so bringing some more leadership, different way of thinking, but staying in the EIWA, even though the Ivies are now out of it. He's definitely wrestled a lot of the same guys that Hofstra will see this season. Yeah.
Very small recruiting class from the Pride this season, but a very strong one so far. Kyle Mosher has showed a lot of promise. Gage Shipp has showed a lot of promise. Teague Strobel has showed a lot of promise. So it's going to be exciting to see what they're going to do this season. And for the freshmen, it's going to be exciting to see what they can do long-term for the Pride. Kyle Mosher was trying to throw in legs. Aiden Wallace caught the leg, trying to lift it above the head. Trying to spin around, trying to get a 2 here. But Kyle Mosher lets him go. That will be 1 point for Wallace. And now we have a tied matchup, 3-3, going halfway through the second.
Mosher didn't keep his legs in for very long there. He knew when to get out and create that space so that he didn't get caught and possibly reverse there. I think it's interesting that the Pride has kind of leaned on this leg riding. It's not something I remember seeing last season, but Mosher now in this 50-50 here. He's got the whizzer in. Looks like he might go for that tilt that we saw Dylan Ryder hit a lot last season. Oh, but he didn't quite have it set.
Yeah, it's a very interesting type of tilt. He went for it twice there. The second time, he made an attempt. Didn't really work out. And now, Ian Wallace trying to turn him for Coachella there, but no points awarded. There was 3 points awarded, but that was for the takedown. It is 6-3 Wallace with 5 seconds left on the clock for the second period. This was not a matchup that we thought the Pride would be losing in, but again, Wallace is a very credentialed wrestler this season. After a 1-3 record last year, he is 8-3, as Olivia mentioned earlier. So, Aiden Wallace, very talented, has improved a lot during the off season. But Mosher has some work to get done if he wants to get this. If he wants to get the win.
Yeah, interesting so far. We really thought Mosher was going to come out here and dominate, and maybe he will later today. But also good to have some tough matches to push yourself, especially at the beginning of the season.
Yeah, not every match is going to be an easy one. Like Mosher right there, tried to turn into him, almost cost him there, but he's back into that referee's position. Wallace breaks him down, heavy pressure on the arm. Mosher trying to scoot forward a little bit. He's trying to turn him. Will there be swipes? One swipe, no points for Wallace after a turn right there. He keeps going for this Coachella, which is working for him. That was 3 swipes, I believe, for Wallace. That'll be another 3 points to extend his lead to 9-3. The riding time is increasing now, as he has over 120 seconds of riding time.
That armbar is really hard to get out of once it's in, and Mosher just hasn't been able to break that. Or he's finally starting to here, but if you're caught in that, the other guy can get some good tilts, get some good points there. Of course, he has to break it and readjust to get more points, so that's what we're seeing here. But you got to avoid getting in that. You got to keep your elbows out in front, not get caught. But Kyle Mosher needs to pick up some speed here and see how he adjusts. Franco has coached this guy before, so he should know how to communicate with him and what needs to happen in order for him to have success here.
20 seconds left on the clock. It's looking very unlikely to get points. It seems like Wallace is going to be getting a little more points. Maybe here with a leg half tilt. Mosher reversal. But too bad there's not enough time left on the clock. But that will be a 9-5 victory for Aiden Wallace and the Duke Blue Devils, giving the Duke their first win of the day. It will be 17-3 for the Pride. But very entertaining match right there. Very impressive work from Wallace. Wallace was able to find his bread and butter during the match and just kept repeating it to get multiple points in the matchup. But we will be moving on to 174, as the Pride will be going with Grayson Harris, and the Duke will be going with David Hussey.
Kind of an interesting end there. I understand what Mosher was going for. He was trying to tilt back, looking for that head. Great adjustment. If he had timed it just perfectly, then he would have had him on his back, gotten the pin, would have been great. But that's hard. You don't want to be searching for the head that whole time. And I think he got a little bit caught in his head of, I need to find this, I need to make it work, instead of just trying to break away and then maybe work for a takedown or at least just get to your feet.
I think Mosher's mindset was, short time on the clock, I'm going to go for the pin here, but sometimes that's not the right move. There was still enough time where maybe he could have got to take down a few back points, but Aiden Wallace did a great job right there, and he's someone that should have a good season for the Duke Blue Devils. We move on to 174 as the matchup has started between Hussey and Harris. Harris is one of those guys who has taken a starter role because there wasn't a bona fide starter in that position, but Harris is looking to use this role and showcase his skill and his talent this season for the Pride. So let's see what Harris can do in this matchup.
Harris, redshirt sophomore from North Carolina, wrestled 14 matches at 165 pounds, posting a 6-8 record last season. And so he got some time out there for the Pride, even though not a starter. Ross McFarland was a starter last season at 174 for the Pride. He's moved up to 184. That's one of those decisions Franco made. He said, "You have been here a very long time. This weight cut is too much on your body. Let's move you up." So we'll get to see him wrestle at this new weight later today. As for David Hussey, he's a sophomore from New Jersey, so another one of those local guys. He competed in 6 matches last season, 3 of those against ACC opponents, so some really tough guys. Obviously, the ACC is kind of a stacked conference, as the EIWA is starting to be too, but just not on that level. As for Harris, he split matches at Wrestle-Offs, losing to Matthew Waddell, who weighs a little bit heavier, lost to Matt Waddell 3-2, but then came back and tech fall Gavin Profit 17-2. Profit, the one a little bit heavier than Waddell. So kind of testing out who's going to be the starter this season at 174, who's looking good. So far, Harris is 2-3 on this season, so some good matches. He's won his last 2. One by tech fall, one just by decision at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic, and then also competed at the Princeton Open beginning of the season, where he went 0-2.
Yeah, very impressive work from him at the Journeyman Classic. He had a tech fall over the number 87 ranked Mackin Myers of Pitt. Right there, Hussey gets in on Grayson Harris, and they go colliding to the outside, close to hitting the boards on the end, but thankfully that did not happen. No points awarded. They were on the outside of the mat. Well, the Duke coaches are furious with that call. They believe that Hussey should have got the 3 there, but we move on. 13 seconds left in the first. Not too much action besides that sequence right there. This will be a close matchup. Both guys, similar records, similar stature on their team.
Only 3 more matches after this for this duel, but like we said, it's a busy day here at Hempstead. 2 more duels. Sacred Heart and the Citadel are still wrestling over there, but Hofstra will take them on later today. And then, heck, while you're in Hempstead, men's soccer is competing for the CAA championships tonight. So, I think I see Simon Riddy off of the women's team actually right now. So, lots going on here at Hofstra's campus. And men's basketball plays away this time, though, against UMass Amherst, I believe.
And don't forget, it is alumni night, and one of the biggest alumni for Hofstra, Chris Weidman, will be fighting in the UFC tonight in Madison Square Garden. If you got the money, it's going to be a pretty penny, but if you want to go watch him tonight, please do so. If not, you can catch it on ESPN+, but he will be fighting Eric Anders on the prelims for UFC 309, so stay tuned for that to see a Hofstra legend in action as we continue on to the matchup. Hussey was on bottom, got the escape pretty fast, 10 seconds into the period. Harris now going to try to work for a takedown here, try to get that lead. Harris didn't like the tie right there, snapped away from his opponent. Harris went for a shot there, but pretty far away. It's going to be hard to get in on the legs when you're shooting from that far away. Which we tried to tie up first before taking the shot.
Really just forward pressure here. These guys not really trying to create space or cut the corner, and not really setting up any ties. Harris has got double underhooks, though, so maybe he's working for something here. Oh, but he dropped it. Oh, and he's back.
Now he's on the elbow. Could try to pop the elbow up with a C. With a C right there, but no. Tries again. He's shooting far. He needs to get a little closer. In the college level, you're not going to be able to get your shots from that far away. Wrestlers are just too good. They're going to down block every shot from that far, especially at this weight class. Maybe at 125, or when you're that fast, you can get on the legs, but not at 174. Well, we have 30 seconds left in the second, and Husi gets in on the leg, brings it up. A beautiful single leg, trying to trip it. He goes back down to the mat. He's going to try to bring it up, but that is 3 for Husi, and he extends his lead to 4-1, or excuse me, 4-0, with 14 seconds left on the clock.
That was a beautiful takedown, beautiful shot, beautiful finish. Harris tried to create that space, did a good job of trying just to get away, but that was exactly what you want to see from any of your guys. Setting up that shot, taking the shot, reshooting, and getting to that leg. As getting to this third period now.
Harris likes to go on bottom. An escape and a takedown would tie the matchup for Harris. So a little work that needs to be done, but not impossible.
Duke also doing some leg riding here in that kind of crab position. So Harris now has, we'll see if he learned Mosher's lesson on how to get out of this and how to set yourself up well. He's trying to stay with his stomach down instead of trying to sit back like Mosher did earlier.
Husi's doing a good job maintaining the weight, not overextending, but still being able to put pressure on Harris. Right now, he's trying to grab the hands, trying to get something. He's looking for a half right now. Tried for an arm bar there, pushed the arm back.
Harris is doing a really good job of swimming his arm when he needs to, bring his elbows down. He's got a foot now, so if he can just turn his hips a little bit and adjust, plant that leg. We're going to stop there for a stalemate, but he's doing a good job of controlling the little things. In that kind of position, you just have to worry about where are their hands, where are their hips, where are their feet. Bring it back to basics. Don't worry too much. Trying to get a flashy move. You're down with 52 seconds left, though, so there's some pressure.
Definitely some pressure. Husi did a good job cranking a power half there, making it pretty hard for Harris to lift that leg. Harris goes for a beautiful forward roll, but again going for another forward roll, but Husi just following. He's not giving Harris any separation. They're fighting on the edge of the mat. The referee's letting them go, and that does it. They're back to the middle, 31 seconds. Still 4-0 lead, 1 minute and 40 seconds of riding time for Husi.
Now, if Harris had pinched that arm to himself and tried to roll through the legs, we'd have a nice little Granby. But he didn't set any of that up, so he just had that forward roll. But that's okay as he gets up to his feet really quick here looking for this escape. He's got such a short time to work as they're out on the edge of the mat.
Even though there's short time, he's down 4 points. You love to see the urgency from Harris. He is not giving up on this matchup. A lot of wrestlers would see that score, see the time, and kind of just stay there. Harris is working. He's trying to improve. He's trying to get some points on the board. 24 seconds. Again, right up on the whistle. Fighting for hand control, creating separation. Husi did a great job getting on his leg there. They go colliding into the Duke bench.
That was a beautiful, just creating space and then going for a takedown. If that was more in the middle of the mat, we could have seen that be a reversal or an escape and a takedown, but just an escape for Harris. He's going to need more than a takedown, though, to win this match, as Husi has over 2 minutes of riding time. Nice little throw attempt there by Harris to get to the takedown.
I don't think Harris realized that riding time was a factor. Frustrating loss for Harris, but great to see the urgency from him late in the matchup. Shows that he can come back from being down from quite a big margin. Even in a loss, there's some very impressive things we saw from Harris. But we will move on to 184 as Ross McFarland will be making his 184 dual meet debut against Richie for the Blue Devils.
Logan Ritchie, sophomore from Pennsylvania, mostly wrestles much lower at 157 is what they have him listed on this roster. So definitely has grown recently. Did not compete last season as a true freshman, so this is his first time really out here, but already on a shot here. McFarland has got to adjust quick.
McFarland did a good job reversing that, and where he looked like he was going to get 3 points, McFarland reverses it, and that is 3 points for Ross McFarland. Great job to maintain his composure in a very tough scramble. A lot of times in wrestling, you're put in positions that you don't know, but it's just how you're able to maintain your composure and find ways to make things happen, and that's what McFarland did in that really awkward position. Now McFarland, heavy on the top. He's looking for, it seems, an armbar. Trying to go for some type of turn here. McFarland doing a good job controlling his hand.
McFarland, the grad student, also from New York, but more upstate. He's 2-1 so far this season after competing at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic last weekend, where he had some tough matches against some Ivy League guys. But he's one of these guys who's returning his final year here with the Pride, really wants to make the most of it. He's struggled. He hasn't been able to make that NCAA tournament. That's the thing he's always been working for. And so this season, they're really trying to adjust and do things like moving him up a weight class. His body was just not able to handle that weight cut every single weekend. Even though he says his mind was there. He could do it. He trust. But his body was just not able to maintain that, especially as he gets older. And so Franco's been really big about how are we adjusting, what can we do differently in the room and stuff. And I think it's probably going to aid McFarland really well. You've talked about some play wrestling, having some fun with it, staying light, which is super important for these older guys whose bodies are just starting to take the wear and tear. But McFarland looks great so far in this match, adjusted really well after kind of a scary start. Breaking Richie down really good.
McFarland getting some more back points here. He's Supermaning out. His knee could be in a potentially dangerous position there. But Richie did a good job popping the knee out, backing out. There's a few swipes from the ref. Seems like Richie's back is exposed a little bit. Earlier on, McFarland had a beautiful armbar tilt to get the 4 points to extend his lead to 7-0. There's 17 seconds left in the first period. A great start from Ross McFarland in his 184 dual meet debut.
If you're McFarland, you're looking for a tech fall, you're looking for a pin, you want to put some points on the board after Hofstra just lost 2 matches back-to-back. This is very weird position there for a second there.
That's one of those things that the coach would teach you not to do. He threw his opponent on top of him. Lucky that there's no time left in the period, as Logan Ritchie could have really capitalized on that movement. But to start the second, Ross McFarland elects to go on bottom. He's going to try to extend his lead with another escape. McFarland in a tripod position. McFarland can just pop his head out and get the reversal. And a beautiful double leg from McFarland to get the 2 for the reversal, extending his lead to 9-0. They are fighting on the edge of the mat. As you mentioned, Olivia, McFarland could be looking for that tech fall, so letting him go might not be the worst position here. But he's also had a lot of success getting the back points. He does have 2 minutes and 50 seconds of riding time right now. It seems like Richie might just try to crawl out here. Richie, good job peeling the hand. Both guys fighting on the edge. McFarland's feet are just in to keep them from wrestling in this position. McFarland's going to try to shelf the leg and scoop behind, but they are out of bounds.
Seeing some good things from McFarland here. The tilts, the pressure, doing a good job of getting him flat. Kind hasn't put the legs in yet. He's I don't think that's his thing. He's I'm good. But some good work here from McFarland after, again, that really scary start. But
really scary start to end the period.
Yes. Richie is just, it's a tough spot. Once you got a guy who's working hard on top, it's not much you can do here as McFarland's trying to roll that wrist to get to that armbar.
We saw an armbar tilt earlier from McFarland. Will he try to do that again? 30 seconds left in the second period. McFarland trying to put the hand underneath the crotch. A few moves he can do from that position.
Looks like he's content to just stay on top the rest of this period, not going to cut him and go for a takedown. So maybe the third period we'll see some more action as he tries to extend this score.
Richie fell to the ground a little weirdly there, but seems like he is fine. We all knew how good Ross McFarland is, but he's looked very impressive this matchup. A lot of things that Hofstra fans should be excited to see in Ross McFarland.
He's been in and out of the rankings for a lot of his Hofstra career, always right there. Same with the EIWAs. He's always like 1 or 2 places away from qualifying, and so he is hungry. Him and Justin Hoyle, really old guys on this team, they want it bad. And so it's important that even at the beginning of the season in these random duels that don't have a lot of say into postseason, that you're going out there and you're putting yourself out there and you're performing how you need to be. And then if you're Ross McFarland, you want to help your team. You want to extend that score.
Ross McFarland lets Richie up right there. Richie getting his first point. It will be 9-1 McFarland. A beautiful entry from McFarland on the single leg, and right away goes for the trip. He treed it up. Great work from McFarland to get himself another 3 points, extending his lead to 12-1. McFarland could be looking for the tech there, knowing how fast he got the takedown. He lets him up. Again, goes in. McFarland's making this easy. Another single leg. Now they're in a little bit of a scramble here. Richie now has the leg, could pop his head out and be in a really good position. Richie pops his head out and tries to shelf the leg. But McFarland doing a good job facing forward. McFarland grabbing the ankle. Calls for a stalemate. McFarland seems to be complaining to the ref about something.
A little bit of a dangerous spot there for a second. Richie, earlier in the match, we saw he's really good at adjusting, kind of in not quite scramble positions, but capitalizing on what should be just a solid takedown, no problem. But McFarland had some beautiful shots, beautiful takedown, extending the score. Like we said, technical fall, got to get 15 points ahead of your opponent. And so he needs 5 more to get to that.
That is the goal. And as we take a quick break, he comes back in. But the MAC is starting to fill up. People are starting to come in. We're starting to get a good crowd for these dual meets. It's going to be a long day here at the MAC. As you mentioned earlier, it's going to be a long day at the Pride. It's going to be a long day at Hofstra with Hofstra soccer in the finals against UNCW. Mm-hmm. Stay tuned later on. Giuseppe Oliveri will be on the call. And now we move on with 44 seconds left in the third period. Ross McFarland trying to get another takedown. That single leg has been his bread and butter this match, gaining another 3 points for McFarland. He's going to let him up. Good job from Richie to try to get the reshoot, but no points awarded. McFarland lets him up. 1 point. He's going fast. A little sloppy of a shot there. He tries just to get the points. Richie's goal right now is to just prevent the tech fall. 10 seconds left on the clock. 1 takedown will do it for McFarland, but with 3 seconds left on the clock, it seems like we will be getting a major decision for the Pride. Ross McFarland defeating Richie 16-3. and advancing the Pride score to 21-6.
So tough end there for McFarland. You could tell he really wanted that extra takedown. But now we're going to move to some guys who do have some history. We're going to see Vincent Lee for the Blue Devils and then Nicholas Miller. They just wrestled literally, how many days ago? 6 days ago? Where Miller won that match 12-7. So this is a little bit of a rematch. Miller, of course, was a starter last season at 197. He's got some tough competition in the room right behind him, though, as Will Conlon has moved up from 184 to 197 this season. And he put on quite the performance last season as a true freshman. As for Miller, he's a redshirt sophomore, Lock Haven, PA. And then his opponent, of course, Vincent Lee, a freshman from New Jersey.
Now these two have started their matchup, and I kind of got juked out a bit because they had Kwasi Bonsu warming up in the sidelines, trying to trick Miller, trying to make them be like, oh, who's going to go out for the matchup? But it is Lee standing in the middle. Lee is aggressive on the hand, but Miller is being smart here, not falling for anything. Lee went for a fake shot there, but I think if he went for it there, he would have been in on the legs. Miller, though, is the one to take the first shot, and a beautiful lift from Miller. Lee does a great job holding on to the legs. Miller just grab the ankle and try to lift the ankle up. He's trying to break the hands of Lee. They're circling around. Miller trying to get behind Lee, trying to break the hands. Lee has a good grip on his leg. They're going to call that a stalemate.
Miller is a perfect 3-0 so far this season. He won his 197-pound bracket at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic. So he's starting to look really good. Last season was a little bit of a rough transition. He was filling in some really big shoes. Trey Rogers finally graduated from the Pride. That was a guy who was super formidable, go-to guy for the Pride. And so Miller had some shoes to fill, but he's adjusted really well this season. We saw Rogers actually in the room earlier today here for Alumni Day. Like we said, big day for the Pride. But good start to this match for Miller, even though no points on the board. It was a really great attempt.
Yeah, it was a great entry from Miller. We do have just over 1 minute left in this first period. These two are familiar with each other, so they know what each other is good at. Lee was close in on the legs there. Miller did a good job down blocking right there. A snap down attempt from Miller, grabbing it on the leg. Lee once again aware of the situation, backs out. Miller is doing a good job of holding on to Lee's hand. Good hand control. And of course, when I say that, they release, but.
As for Lee, obviously freshman, but he's coming in with some good experience. He was a New Jersey state champ. And New Jersey, it's a tough state for wrestling. So even though he's a freshman, you will be seeing, I predict, a lot of Vincent Lee moving forward with the Blue Devils.
There's a reason that Vincent Lee is starting as a freshman. Is because he's incredibly talented. This Duke Blue Devils roster has a lot of young guys, a lot of guys in the New York, New Jersey region, so there's been a lot of scouting in this area. So be on the aware of the Duke Blue Devils. This team could be on the rise. Again, a lot of young guys. The records might not be the greatest right now, but we'll see how they all progress. But we are at the start of the second period. Miller did elect to go on bottom. Lee is on top. Miller, great job grabbing the hand, separating the waist, but Lee did a good job getting back, sucking him in, and pushing him onto the outside.
Miller's not the only member of the Pride, though, to have faced a Duke opponent already this season. Literally next match, if it's Danny Church, who starts for the Pride, and Connor Barkett of Duke, the two also wrestled last weekend at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic, though Church lost that match. So we're seeing he's looking for redemption. Miller's looking to continue this record against Lee, obviously. So we have a little bit of a pause here. Looking over at the other mat. Looks like the team scores 35-0 right now in favor of the Citadel, who Hofstra will take on at 1:30. So you got to just stay tuned all day. Keep the stream up. We'll take a little break, but we will be back. Trust.
But we did resume action in our matchup right here. They are on the edge of the mat. A beautiful single leg off. A beautiful race the single leg from Lee off. Miller trying to get the escape. Of course, Lee started on top, so no points awarded. Both wrestlers were out of bounds, so we're back into the middle with 1:38 left in the second. Miller, though, a great entry, a great exit. Grabbed both hands, both wrestlers standing up. A great single leg from Lee. Lee got to get hand control, pop his head out. And a great takedown from Vincent Lee. Now once again, Miller standing up. 1 point for Miller. It is 3-2 Lee with 1 minute left in the second period. We are at the halfway mark of this matchup. Lee heavy on the head. Miller is the more experienced wrestler of the two. This is a senior versus freshman matchup. So let's see if Miller can use his experience to wear down his opponent.
Like we said, he's had a pretty strong start to this season. Not just wins, but dominant wins. 12-7 victory, 16-1 tech fall victory, and then a 10-4 victory. So he's coming off some pretty kind of a hot streak. Getting challenged right now by New Jersey State champ, so formidable. As beautiful takedown here.
That was a nice and simple double leg from Miller. But it's the simple stuff that can be the most effective stuff. So great work from Miller. But Vincent Lee did a great job grabbing out of that position, getting the 1 point. It is 5-4 Miller after that sequence right there, going into the third period. Lee will be on bottom, so an escape here would make the match 5-5. But an escape is not as easy as it seems when you're at the 197 weight class with Miller putting all his pressure onto Lee.
Gonna have a caution there for an early start from Miller, but all good. They'll reset. One thing I've noticed, I think Miller keeps it simple. Keeps it simple, keeps it classic. Basic takedowns. Really just his one escape or move on bottom is really just a stand-up, but he does it really well.
You can win matches if you're very good at the fundamentals. Lee right there, unsuccessful in the first shot, tried to shoot again. Did not work. Miller aware of the situation. Miller in on a single leg, lifting it up. Lee grabbing onto his leg. They're in an awkward position again. Both wrestlers have a leg. Miller is turning in, potentially dangerous on the knee. The referee will call that, and both wrestlers will meet back in the middle. It is 5-5 with 1:28 left in the third.
Both assistant coaches on their feet for a second there. Jesse Delavecchia, also new this season with the Pride, and Charles Small in his second season coaching for the Pride after, of course, competing as an athlete for Hofstra.
Well, as that happened, Lee did get another takedown on a beautiful shot, but Miller was able to escape easily. It is 6-8 with a minute remaining. To be stated, Hofstra has won this dual meet already, as the score is 21-6. With this match and one match remaining, it is impossible mathematically for Duke Blue Devils to come back. But both members of the Pride, Miller currently in action, and Danny Church, who most likely will be wrestling next, are both looking to get wins for their season.
Franco saying, you got to get working, Nick. You got to go. You got to get that takedown. Put yourself up.
This is a close matchup. A takedown would do it for Miller. Miller has been successful. This is a completely different matchup from the first time these two wrestled. Miller shot a little too far. Miller needs to back out. He needs to create separation if he wants to reshoot. 7 seconds on the clock. Lee preventing a beautiful down block. Miller is not able to get it done. Lee does get revenge on Miller, and that is another win for the Duke Blue Devils, extending the score to 21-9. But we move on to our last match, and as you mentioned, it is another rematch, as it will be Connor Barkett of the Duke Blue Devils taking on the Pride's Danny Church. Danny Church did lose to Barkett in the Journeyman Classic 18-6, a major decision loss. So we'll see if Danny Church can get some revenge.
Both these guys redshirt sophomores, so some younger guys here. Barkett from Indiana, Danny Church from Pennsylvania. Church so far this season 2-4, split some matches, like we said. Wrestled Barkett at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic. He also wrestled Connor White of Sacred Heart, who he might have to face up again later today, though he won that match with a pin early on.
Barkett, a beautiful single leg entry right there. Lifted the leg to get the 3 points. Danny Church trying to crawl out, get into a better position, but Barkett heavy on top, a claw. And now these two wrestlers are going back to the center. Danny Church will be on bottom. 2 minutes, 8 seconds left in the period. The last matchup of the first duel. On the other mat, Citadel and Sacred Heart are on, I believe, their last match. That mat dual meet is 38-0, but back to the action over here. Danny Church did get the escape, but right away Barkett got another takedown. Barkett has looked fast on his shots so far in the matchup.
Barkett's off to a pretty good start to the season. Like we said, he had the win over Church, but just in general, he's sitting at a 7-2 record so far after having a team-high 16 wins last season. So he's definitely a tough guy for the Blue Devils here.
Barkett is one of the more credentialed guys on the Blue Devils roster. A fairly young roster, and as a sophomore, Barkett has got a lot done in his 3 years with the Duke Blue Devils. Now Barkett does elect to go neutral here, giving Church the point. Again, Barkett knows Church from last go-around. He might feel very comfortable on the feet with Church, but as we say that, a beautiful entry on the leg from Danny Church. Danny Church trying to pop his head out, but it seems like he gave up on the leg as Barkett lifts the leg, and he's putting heavy pressure on Danny Church. Danny Church still has composure of the leg, trying to squeeze it in, but Barkett did a great job of spinning behind to get the 3 points.
Church, like we said, redshirt freshman, so technically in his second season here with the Pride. He put up some really tough competition last season, though. He was not the starter for the Pride. Of course, that was Keaton Cleaver, who was the transfer from Minnesota, qualified for the NCAA tournament. So Church was behind a very talented starter, but showed a lot of promise for a very young guy. Has whipped up on his teammate Adrian Sands quite a few times at this point, but has had other significant wins. Got to see if he's able to get it done here, though.
Barkett right there is trying to Superman out, trying to extend his opponent a little bit, but no points awarded. Barkett will like to go on bottom right now. Danny Church has a lot to get done if he wants to make this matchup a little closer. It is 9-2 with 1 minute and 40 seconds of riding time. Church right there tried to go for a spiral ride. Did not work. Barkett was a little too fast, so they'll get the escape in roughly 5 seconds.
One thing you got to remember, this is heavyweight. These are two kind of small-looking heavyweights, but this is heavyweight, and there's a great possibility that someone gets a throw and gets a pin or gets some significant back points. So it's not out of the realm of possibility. So don't get too scared about this 10-2 score, hopefully. Though both of these guys wrestle a little bit more like these lightweights, getting some action on the legs a lot more, not looking too upper body.
Yeah, heavyweights sometimes can be classified as a totally different sport with how heavyweights wrestle, but these two are wrestling more like your 174-pounders. Right now, Barkett, very fast for the weight class. So is Danny Church. Barkett trying to shelf the leg. Danny Church making it a little hard from trying to face him. Danny Church is doing a good job preventing any points while they're on the edge of the mat. And now both wrestlers will go back to the middle circle. 59 seconds left in the second period. Still time on the clock. Danny Church still has some time to make stuff happen. Last time around, Barkett did get a lot of points, gaining 18 points on Danny Church. But a great ankle trip from Danny Birch, something you don't often see in the heavyweight division. Great work from Danny Church to get the 3 points. They did go out of bounds, but
that was a beautifully executed move. He had the front headlock. He got Barkett's head just super low and then stuck his arm out, looked for that ankle, did a really good job of getting down on the heel to make it so he couldn't lift his leg. Just textbook. That was beautiful.
Textbook. And as we mentioned, you don't see that heavyweight often. It's a lot of tosses. So great work from Danny Church and great from the Hofstra coaches to show the heavyweights the moves that a lot of times they just focus on the lighter weight classes. It's not just tosses nowadays with heavyweights. The heavyweight division is evolving. You're getting a lot of faster guys in the division. So as the sport evolves, heavyweights evolve. Now Danny Church, heavy on top. The score is 10-5 in the second period. As the second period concludes, Danny Church elects to go neutral. There must be something that he saw to end the third after getting that ankle trip that he's confident he can get another 3 points.
As we said, all-time Hofstra's split matches so far with Duke. They've only faced each other 2 times before this, but with this win, Hofstra will be 2-1, taking the lead over the Blue Devils, who they don't see too much, but saw them a little bit, like we said, in the Journeyman Collegiate Classic. These last 2 matches are rematches technically this season, so they're around, even though pretty far away from Long Island.
Now we got 1:20 left in the third. No points awarded in this period so far. Barkett has a minute of riding time. Barkett slowing down the pace a little bit from what we saw earlier. Remember, these two guys are heavyweights, even though they are moving fast for the division. Church has let a lot of time go without any real attempt of a shot. Barkett working in on the inside. A great entry, but Church is able to use his underhook to prevent him from getting in on the legs.
Seems like Church is starting to work upper body, but the problem with that is as you bring your hips in to work some of these upper body throws, you do open yourself up for someone like Barkett who's able to shoot as he's on the leg right now.
Another beautiful entry from Barkett, but Church got lucky there out there on the edge of the mat. Barkett was in a classic double leg position to get an easy 3 points. Seems like both men have tired out a little bit, as expected in a very fast-paced matchup for the division. 15 seconds left on the clock as this match will be concluding and the dual meet will be concluding.
This is closer than the 2 of them wrestled last time, though. Like we said, Barkett won major decision 18-6 last time, so Church is starting to meet him where he's at, as he will fall in this match.
He will fall in this match, and that will be a conclusion to the dual meet. Your Hofstra Pride defeats the Duke Blue Devils 21-12 in their first dual meet of the season and in Jamie Franco's first dual meet of the season. Stay right here as the Hofstra Pride will be taking on Citadel and later on will be taking Sacred Heart. This is the Hofstra Quad, so there are 2 other matches remaining, but for now we will be taking a break. Olivia Hillstead will be on the call as the play-by-play and Ethan Poole will be joining on as the color. That is all for now, and thank you for listening, but stay tuned as Hofstra vs. Citadel is next.
And we are back once again. You're listening to the Hofstra Pride YouTube channel. We are in the quad duel today here in Hempstead at the David S. Mack Sports and Exhibition Complex. I'm Olivia Hillstead, joined this time by Ethan Poole as Hofstra takes on the Citadel. This is coming right off of the 21-12 win over Duke. We're already getting started here at 125 pounds. We got Dylan Acevedo and Galen Sims. Sims already has Acevedo in a very dangerous spot here on his back, but Acevedo able to get out of it. Like I said, joined here this time by Ethan Poole, calling some wrestling today. Busy day here in Hempstead. The Citadel just wrestled Sacred Heart, where they completely destroyed them. I want to say a 38-0 win, and then of course Hofstra will take on Sacred Heart later today.
Probably coming off a nice win against Duke, 21-12.
Acevedo down early in this match, 0-7. After getting a win earlier today, but he's working towards the leg now, trying to come out the backside on Sims. Sims trying to hold on to Acevedo's ankle, making it difficult. Acevedo just needs to turn the corner here. And he'll get the 2 for a reversal here to get himself on the board.
Acevedo, a senior from Sayreville, New York. 7-16 last season. Again, this is the 125-pound weight class.
Working on breaking Sims flat here. Sims building his base, starting to get up. Minute left in this first period, so a really fast start here, but Acevedo's done a good job of bringing the speed back down to somewhere that he's comfortable in adjusting. Sims up on his feet now, gets the escape.
Very nice speed from Sims. They're getting out of Acevedo's grip. There's some hand fighting now.
Acevedo posting, starting to adjust, trying to look for some openings here. About 20 seconds left in this first period. A little bit more about Hofstra and the Citadel, though. Hofstra's 3-0 all-time against the Citadel, but they haven't wrestled in a while. Last time was January of 2020, where Hofstra won 36-7, so a pretty dominant victory. The Citadel, Hofstra see each other at some tournaments, not so far this season, but last season, the real crucial match, Noah Tapia, who we'll see at 149 today, had a win over Jeffrey Boyd of the Citadel. Boyd, the only national qualifier for the Bulldogs last year. Boyd as an assistant coach right now with the Citadel. So he's back, not on the roster, or on the roster, but as a coach now.
Yeah, still a crucial part of that squad.
Moving into the second period, Acevedo starting on bottom. Sims really quick to start looking for a turn here as he's got a lot of pressure. He's got that leg hooked on Acevedo, so making it really difficult for him to build up into anything to get that escape. A lot of forward pressure, making sure Acevedo's head is down in the mat. Really hard spot to get up from, but Acevedo's doing a good job.
Acevedo keeping off the mat. Sims, a redshirt freshman from Illinois, did not compete last year. He's been very impressive in his short time this season.
Acevedo building up, doing a good job. On his feet now. He's just got to break this lock, get away. Sims, beautiful cutback, though, to take him back to the mat. The return there. Over a minute into the second period.
Very impressive by swims. Looked like Acevedo was about to break out of his grip and earn an escape.
Acevedo kind of needs to push the pace, though, here. He's down with obviously one whole period and then 37 seconds of this one left, but in order to break that deficit, he's got to get moving. So they'll reset here.
Absolutely. Sims is doing a great job. He knows he's got a lead. He's just doing a great job controlling the move and the pace of the match. Acevedo looks a bit overmatched right now.
Acevedo still struggling here. His head's down. Sims is hooking that foot, making it really difficult. Again, it's the same position, and so hopefully Franco's telling him some things to get out of that, to adjust so that he doesn't get stuck there. So we're getting towards the end of the second period, though, so we'll see what he picks in this third period. What the adjustment will be. 2 seconds, though, before they reset. Looks like Acevedo's going to get a point after there was a stall call earlier against Sims, and so this is the second one awarding him a point now. Like I said, Acevedo looking at Franco like, hey, coach, what's the game plan? We got 2 seconds in the third period.
He went for an escape there to try to earn another point before the third. Couldn't get it, and he'll start on top. No, he won't, excuse me.
Yeah, Acevedo's going to start on top in this third period. So now he's in a spot where he can either look for a tilt and try to get some back points, or he can go for an escape and a takedown. It looks like he's happy to kind of set up this claw ride, or look like he's maybe trying to move to a spiral. Yeah, working for a spiral there. Hand on the thigh, hand on the up under the armpit. But Sims is doing a really good job of sitting out and making it difficult for Acevedo to be successful here. Acevedo hanging his head now, which is a really dangerous spot. You don't want to be doing that, but Sims didn't capitalize on it.
I'm very impressed by Sims, just not letting Acevedo get much leverage.
Mm-hmm.
And Sims did not compete last year, so this is his first taste of collegiate action these first couple weeks.
I'll get a nice little escape there. That was a beautiful just sit out, hip heist, getaway. Obviously won his match against Sacred Heart earlier today. Acevedo also won his match against Duke earlier today, so they're both 1-1. They both have wins today. But pressure's on for Acevedo. It's 3-9 right now. We know that the Citadel is going to be Hofstra's toughest dual meet of the day after that win over Duke and then Sacred Heart later today, who they've historically dominated. And so this is really going to be the challenge. So these matches early, they matter, and the wins matter, not just decision wins, but wins by major decision, technical falls, pins. If you can get an early lead with your guys like Acevedo, it's really important. 20 seconds left, though. Sims is in on this beautiful shot right on Acevedo's leg, putting him in a tough spot. He's just got to climb the body just a little bit more to get those 3 points. It's really dangerous, and he will get those 3 points to put himself even further, creating this huge gap. That's going to do it for this match, and so it's going to be a 13-3 win for Sims after that riding time point. So that's going to be 4 points for the Citadel right off the bat. Frustrating loss after some good adjustments from Acevedo there, but just wasn't able to find any success on offense.
Yeah, and all due credit to Sims there. He was fantastic, controlled the pace of that match throughout. No, we never really saw Acevedo, dictate the pace. We never really saw him put together a really dangerous time. Just very, very impressed by Sims.
I'm sorry, that might have been Malik Hardy, actually, who was wrestling for the Bulldogs this whole time. That's my mistake. We obviously don't get the set-in-stone lineups until matches are happening, so apologies if that was Hardy. Either way, solid match by the Bulldogs.
Yeah, very impressive either way.
Looks like
Hardy, a senior out of Georgia.
Now we're going to move to 133 pounds, where we've got, again, some adjustment. Looked like it was originally going to be Gage Ship for the Pride, but now we've got Chase Liardi back here, so maybe Franco knew. Ship's had a really great performance so far, that freshman. We'll talk more about him, but put in Liardi instead here. And then looks like for the Bulldogs, it might be George Rojas, junior from Fresno, California.
Liardi missed last season due to injury. Did make the Dean's list, so not like he was wasting that time.
No, Liardi out, of course, last season. Had a broken nose, so he wasn't able to compete, but we talked about earlier in the match against Duke, in case you missed it, Liardi in his freshman year, he's from Massapequa, New York, so real local guy. His freshman season collegiately, he went and wrestled at Ohio State, where he put up a really impressive performance, but wanted to return to the island and had deep ties with Jamie Franco in particular, who at the time was an assistant coach for the Pride, now head coach in his first season. Franco had been Liardi's coach for most of high school as a private coach. As Liardi gets to a beautiful shot here, working for the takedown. That's going to do it. 3 on the board for Liardi early in this match. Really good work. But the Long Island ties run really deep, so that's really what brought him back to the island.
That was really nice job by Liardi there. Rosas went for the escape, just grabbed him by the legs and brought him right back. And Citadel up 4-0 in the match. Liardi up 3-0 in his.
Liardi trying to put weight on the left side of the body here. Trying to crack him down. He's got that claw ride. See if he switches. Looked like he was starting to reach to the far wrist, setting up a head lever to try to get to an armbar maybe, but Rojas doing a really good job of getting to his feet.
Yeah. Liardi's still holding on to him at the edge of the circle now. With 45 seconds left. Whistle blows. Very nice job by Liardi there to keep his grip very tight on Rosas.
About 44 seconds left in this first period. It's a good start to the match for Liardi. So we'll get set here. Quick off the whistle. Liardi getting a tight waist, reaching under across the body. Over to that far shoulder with his left hand. Really putting weight on that side of the body, trying to break him down. Rosas quick to his feet, though. Looking for a switch here. Liardi doing a good job of following, but Rosas is on the leg. He's on the leg, on the edge of the mat here. Now he's got to elevate. He's looking for a reversal here. Liardi got to keep that. And that'll be 2 for the reversal right on the edge of the mat there.
Yeah, and Rosas almost had a beautiful reversal right after the start. Liardi did a nice job to keep that from completely happening, but was kind of moot. A few seconds later happened on the edge of the mat. Now just 7 seconds left in period number 1. And Liardi up 3-2.
Some good action so far.
Yeah, for sure.
So we'll get reset here. Rosas quick to try to set up a head lever, which interesting with such short time, but they'll keep Liardi down. So going into the second, it looks like it'll be Rosas' choice.
Yeah, and Rosas' only mission there looked like just to prevent an escape. Didn't want to give up an extra point that late in the period.
So he'll take bottom going into the second period.
Rosas, a junior out of Fresno, California. His freshman year was fantastic. Won 16 of 19. Not 16 of 29, excuse me.
If you're just tuning in, lots going on at Hempstead today. Obviously, Hofstra wrestled Duke earlier. Now they're taking on the Citadel. Later they'll have Sacred Heart University, but Sacred Heart and Duke are now wrestling over on a second mat, which you can also watch that live stream. No commentary, but also available right here on YouTube if you're curious how that's going. But second period has started here on this mat. Liardi tough on top here. He's got Rosas in this place. Really bent forward now. Looked like he was maybe trying to set up cradle going over the head there, but Liardi will adjust. Really just trying to keep him down. Question now is if he goes for a tilt, if he cuts him, goes for a takedown, but looks like he's content to keep riding out on top.
For sure, Liardi looks like he's in control of Rosas right now. If you hear any whistles, that's from the other match. So if they don't stop, that's why. That's a really nice escape there.
Some good speed there from Rosas to get up, create that distance, and tie it up at 3-3 right now.
Now they're deadlocked.
Liardi breaks the tie there. Wasn't working for improvement, so he'll try to set up his own attacks. Some quick movement there. Liardi, like we said, missed most of last season. He's had kind of an interesting start to the season so far. He's 0-3, I believe had a win over Duke earlier today. So 1-3 now, but some tough competition so far. Had a really strong match against a ranked opponent last weekend at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic, so he's starting to get back into it here.
Yeah, it's very tough to get your groove back after an injury, but he looks solid, looks in very good shape. Just going to have to keep shaking that rust off.
So we move to this third period. It'll be Liardi's choice now.
Tied 3-3.
Just getting set here. So Liardi's going to need either a reversal or a quick escape and a takedown to create some distance, but Rosas doing a really good job of following him there. Liardi was quick to his feet, but just completely shut down there. Wasn't able to get out at all. So now he's really got to adjust. He's got his foot under him in kind of an awkward spot, seeing if he wants to sit out, step up, but he'll adjust back into a little bit of a better base. Rojas is brutal on this head lever, though, really making it difficult on Liardi's shoulder there. He's got to be feeling it. Rosas trying to set up an armbar or something for a tilt there. Using his head, digging it into his shoulder there.
Really smart by Rosas. Trying to cause a little discomfort for his opponent and try to get an edge. Liardi almost had a very quick escape to start out the period, but Rosas, very strong grip, wouldn't let him go. 1:17 left now in the third. As you said, Liardi, local boy from Massapequa, redshirt junior, 5'7", 133.
And there'll be some more stoppage here for potentially dangerous move. Minute and 7 seconds on this clock. Both guys are feeling the pressure. Need to do something here. Of course, Liardi has some riding time, but like we said, you don't want to just win these matches. You want to dominate. You want to put points on the board, create some distance. As the Citadel is leading the Pride 0-4, and we'll have a caution here from an early start from Liardi. Get reset. Doesn't want to get another caution. That's a point, so
yeah,
be a little bit cautious.
In a close match like this, you cannot be giving your opponents free points.
A little bit of a funky roll there. Liardi trying to create some distance, but Rosas doing a good job following. Good job from Liardi to keep working and circling out there away from pressure to get that escape. Put himself up 4-3.
Really nice from Liardi there. And getting close to 40 seconds left.
Liardi got to work for something here as Rosas takes a nice shot. Can't get too comfortable. It's not a 2-point takedown. It's a 3-point takedown, so you really got to be careful here. Rosas in on the leg here. In the crackdown position, Liardi's got to get his hips out. He's exposing his back here. That's going to be 3 points for Rosas, who's going to get that takedown from that back exposure. And then a traditional finish, but he's up now. Liardi's got to get out and will not have enough time. So Liardi's going to fall 6-5 in only the second match so far in this dual meet.
And a far from ideal start for the Hofstra Pride, already down 7-0. Liardi definitely fought valiantly there. Really nice late takedown by Rosas. Almost looked like Liardi was being a little conservative. They're just trying to prolong the match and not really go for an attack. And Rosas took advantage with a really nice takedown.
That was a beautiful takedown. Now moving to 141 pounds, we have Justin Hoyle representing the Pride, of course, coming back from injury as well, wrestled earlier today. And then we have Brayton Killery for the Bulldogs, the redshirt sophomore out of South Carolina.
Yeah. As you said, Hoyle lost most of the last season to injury, finished just 1-1 in 2 matches. It's great to see him back. Was a great wrestler for Hofstra in 22-23, 19-13 record.
Hoyle also had a win earlier today over Duke. And so, good so far today for the Pride, but they got to get some wins on the board, and not just wins. They got to push for those major decisions, those tech falls, those pins. The Citadel is not going to be an easy opponent. They knew this. It's rough starting down, but Justin Hoyle here working this Russian that he's been working all day, trying to open up the body on that side, see if he could go for a foot sweep or a nice single.
Mainly just been some hand fighting and grappling to start. 50 seconds in.
Hoyle, like we said, had to miss most of last season due to injury, a lot like Liardi. But he got another year of eligibility. He's back for his 6th year, so he's really hungry. He wants it this year. He's always been super close, just has seen the NCAA qualification. He's just missed it every time, and so he's really hungry this season and wants to finally put end his season on a high. As he's kind of in an awkward spot here. Killery is in on the leg, but Hoyle's doing a really good job of adjusting and kind of working slowly to the right spots as he's got the leg over Killery. The Hofstra bench is calling for 3. They want these points, but Killery's doing a good job of holding onto Hoyle's leg and not letting him get around all the way for those points. The Hofstra bench, they've thrown the brick, and so they want a review of this call, but they're going to let the action keep going. As we're a minute left in this first period, we're still on this attack, though. It's got to be 3 by now.
Yeah, they're calling for it again.
Hoyle is all the way around the body, and there we go. We finally get the takedown, but it took a very long time, and so the challenge is still there. It still matters, even though he got the takedown, because it affects the riding time, which could come down to being kind of important for the Pride in this, what should be a really tight dual meet.
Yeah, as now Coach Franco going to have a conversation with the ref. Hoyle out of Maple Valley, Washington. He did go to high school, though, in Wyoming Seminary.
Wyoming Seminary produces a lot of good wrestling talent. The one that comes to mind for me is the Blade Sisters on the women's side. But looks like we're going to call back that challenge maybe, or no official review happening right now. But like we said earlier, Jamie Franco, this is his first dual meets as the Hofstra head coach. Dennis Papadopoulos served for 10 years, but moved into administration this season, and so really fitting for Franco to come back. He wrestled for Hofstra, was an NCAA qualifier for the Pride, and then was an assistant coach for many years, and so he's super fitting as the new Hofstra head coach here. So far, 1-0 all time on his record after the win over Duke, but is deep in the Long Island wrestling community, deep in just the Long Island combat sports community. Has worked with some different MMA gyms and stuff, like Zach said on the earlier broadcast. Chris Weidman, big alumni for Hofstra Wrestling, is actually on the fight card tonight at MSG, and so it's a really exciting day for Hofstra Wrestling, current wrestlers and alumni. It's Alumni Day as well.
Absolutely. We've seen former coach Papadopoulos here earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but we saw him talking with some of his old wrestlers, and Franco very encouraging of his guys, and we see him high high-fiving these guys after they come off. Very supportive coach.
This is, of course, after Franco spent last season at Columbia, where he has talked about he learned kind of just how a different program functions after being at Hofstra for so long. Picked up some new things, came in. He's already started to make some changes in the room, and I think we've seen it in how the guys are performing. Things like Ross McFarland up at 184, and then some of the other adjustments. So looks like the referees have come to a conclusion here finally.
You see him talking to Coach Franco. Justin Hoyle, the only wrestler in Hofstra that wrestled against the Citadel last time out. Only straggler. His first season here was 2019-20. Only straggler for either team.
Looks like score is going to remain 3-0. So Justin Hoyle is going to start on top here. It looks like though they're going to give him 36 seconds of riding time. So they did add that, meaning Franco won the challenge, and so he'll get the brick again. 46 seconds left on the clock, though, in this first period.
And you really feel like this is one Hofstra needs to get. They're down 7-0 against a really solid Citadel team. You'd love a major decision, but you at least, very least need to get 3 here.
Hoyle doing a good job of staying close to the body. Try to put legs in there. Thinking about a leg ride as he reaches across here. Again, trying to set up legs, but Killery doing a good job of not letting him. He's creating a lot of space in this dangerous spot here. Starting to get out, but Hoyle's doing a good job of putting his weight on one side of the body, making it really difficult. There's only 10 seconds left on the clock, and so he's just trying to ride him out for this period and not give up the escape.
Hoyle very nearly wrapped Killery's leg with over there, but Killery was able to avoid getting brought down as the period ends. 3-0 in favor of Hoyle right now. Again, fantastic roster to have him as well as Liardi back from their long-term injuries.
Looks like there might be another correction. They've completely changed up their lineup. Looks like it's going to be Thomas Termini, who's actually competing right now for the Citadel. Apologies, we get one lineup and then they switch it up last second to try to keep it competitive. But nevertheless, the Citadel wrestler gets an escape here to put himself up. 1 point on the board as Hoyle still leads 3-1.
Termini, a redshirt sophomore, only saw 10 matches combined in his first 2 seasons from the great city of Atlanta.
So if that is who's wrestling, who I believe it is, he's put up a really good fight so far against a very senior wrestler in Justin Hoyles. Hoyles now in a beautiful takedown position, though. He's reached across for that ankle on the legs. He just needs to hook that leg over, take a big step. But also there's back exposure. I don't know why that's not a takedown yet. Hoyle starting to walk around here in a similar spot to where he was earlier, where Termini's doing a really good job of holding on to that leg and making it difficult for him to get around. So no takedown yet.
Hoyle has been very close to a takedown a few times.
Termini's still on that leg. Hoyle's still trying to get around. He's using a crossface now to try to break up that lock. He's got to be heavy with it, though, and really punch. Termini's finally starting to get his hips under him and try to reach under, but the Hofstra bench really wants this 3 as time is winding down in this second period.
Not the first time we've seen the Hofstra bench greatly disagree with some officiating decisions.
1 second left, and it's called for stalemate, so see what the ref is trying to correct the score. Going into this third period, score's going to stay the same. 3-1 in favor of Hoyle as he takes bottom here. He's got 1:30 of riding time, so really looking for an escape and then a takedown to create some sort of extend a lead and get a win for the Pride.
Absolutely. Guillory did a really nice job earlier while Hoyle was riding. Not Guillory, excuse me. Termini did a really nice job of trying to get himself up while Hoyle was riding on his backs, but a very nice job by Hoyle to stay on and back in the second.
Hoyle not able to get out quick enough to keep his riding time, though. Looks like Termini, that was exactly his plan. He let him up right after that. So 4-1 right now, but Termini gets a takedown. It will be tied up, and so Hoyle's got to work for a takedown of his own here as he's got this nice front headlock. It's real tight, but Termini backs out of it, so just a minute left.
I think we're going to see a bit of urgency from Termini here. Getting close to 50 seconds left.
He knows he's in it as he's on Hoyle's leg, but Hoyle manages to get out. Can't get comfortable here, though. You got to keep pushing the pace. About 40 seconds left. Termini with another shot, and Hoyle gets hit with stalling. If he gets another one of those, it will be 1 point for Termini. So Hoyle's got to get working here.
25 seconds left.
Hoyle keeps backing out, avoiding. He needs to be pressuring, though. He's got to go. Just about 10 seconds left here in that front headlock. He's at least got to keep moving to not get hit with that stalling. Termini shot, and there's the stall call, and that's going to be a point for Termini. And so we're going to go to... Oh, excuse me, we're good. It's 4-2. And Hoyle will win that match, but really close there. And so Hofstra will go on the board 3-7, but the Citadel is still leading, and that was a tough fought match there, especially at the end.
Absolutely, very low scoring there.
Moving to 149 pounds, we've got Noah Tapia for the Pride, and then looks like it will be Carson DeRoser for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, Tapia was last year's standout freshman, to put it mildly. His Hofstra record's a sparkling 24-16.
Saw him get a win earlier today against Duke, of course, but Tapia, like we said last season, one of his big wins, the ones that really put him on the board, was at Cleef King Las Vegas, one of the toughest tournaments of the season. He wrestled Jeffrey Boyd of the Citadel, beat him. Boyd, the only Bulldog to qualify for the NCAA tournament last season, now is an assistant coach on this roster. And so Tapia knows this school, and he's had success against this school, so we'll see if he's able to do it against the new 149-pounder.
So Tapia also had a win at Penn State last season, so he pulled off some massive wins over fantastic competition.
As he's in an interesting spot right now, DeRoser working in this crackdown position. He's on Tapia's leg, but Tapia's got his hands locked around the crotch, and so he's able to still maintain neutral, hasn't lost points, but if he leans too far back and exposes his back, he will give up that takedown, and so he's got to adjust. He's got to either commit to the pull and the throw, or he's got to get his hips back, and the Hofstra bench is telling him, dude, you got to decide, what are you doing?
Looked like DeRoser was trying to get up, and he earns the takedown.
So he'll get an early lead over Tapia, 0-3 for the Pride, but we've seen Tapia come back from being down, most notably last season. I think of the match against George Mason where he was on his back for a minute and still managed to adjust and find the win. So we'll see what he's able to do here. Knows he needs to get out and then work for a takedown of his own.
And Tapia, a fantastically resilient wrestler. DeRosa, a redshirt sophomore, so hasn't seen much collegiate action, but in high school, he was outstanding. 129-8 in his career, and a national runner-up as a senior.
He's doing a good job of putting a lot of weight on Tapia, but Tapia's building that base slowly but surely. One leg at a time. He's got to get his head up, though, but DeRosa getting his leg in there to make it difficult for Tapia to really build. Doing a good job of elevating. Sit out from Tapia, though. Trying to create some space, control hands. That's going to do it for the first period, though.
And DeRosa eclipsed over a minute of riding time in that period alone.
He's good on top, but we'll see what Tapia is able to do as he'll take top to start this second period. We'll see. Maybe he cuts DeRosa. Maybe he works for a tilt. As DeRosa's quick to his feet. But beautiful mat return from Tapia there.
Just throw him down. Very nice.
Tapia heavy on that side of the body, but DeRosa doing a really good job of getting that stand up. Tapia with the leg in, trying to keep it, but he'll have to adjust and let him go. Cut the riding time down, though, to below a minute, so it won't have an impact right now. Tapia now needs to work for a takedown or something as DeRosa's up 4-0.
And Tapia, the Illinois native, needs to find something right now. 1:20 left in the period.
Beautiful ankle pick by DeRosa there. No points yet as Tapia tries to go for this roll, but really puts himself in a dangerous position. But now he's in on the leg. He adjusted well, got off his back. We'll see if he tries to come out the back or elevate this single that he's on now. DeRosa trying to adjust on his own. Really great defense from Tapia there after what was a beautiful, beautiful little pick from DeRosa there. Still in this tough scramble position. No points from either guy yet, but the clock is starting to wind down here in the second period. Tapia's got his arms locked, but he's not able to bring it into his body with the awkward kind of position, but he doesn't want to stop. There'll be a stalemate, though, and so they'll reset in neutral.
31 seconds left. Both benches animated.
We knew this was the duel of the day. A lot of people were talking about Duke, but we knew that this would be the real challenge for the Pride in their second duel of the season so far.
Yeah, Duke obviously has the brand recognition for what they do in all other college athletics, but the Citadel, fantastic wrestling school, as most of the military academies are.
Collar ties from both guys here, but not really working for anything. This third period, it's like Tapia chooses to go neutral, so he knows he needs a takedown, but not just a takedown, he needs a little bit more than that.
Yeah, Tapia obviously not in the best spot right now. He's got just under 2 minutes to find at least 4 points somewhere.
He's adjusting. Nice, beautiful shot there from Tapia on the leg, lifting the leg, elevating, and a quick little cutback. Would have been a beautiful shot, but DeRosa adjusts well. I thought that was for sure just solid takedown there, but now Tapia low on the shot. DeRosa covering well, sprawling out hard, making it really difficult for Tapia to work anything.
Great instincts from the Helena, Montana native.
We'll see if Tapia is able to re-shoot here, though, or use this position if he ducks, gets to the leg, but DeRosa's got a tough front headlock here, making it difficult for Tapia to work. Under a minute in this third period as Tapia now gets working. He's got underhooks, but he'll break it. Looking at the score, you don't want to be in that spot. You want to know that you are up as he takes a shot here, but completely shut down by Roser.
30 seconds.
So Tapia has really got to get moving here. This is where you need that go-to move. Short time here. Beautiful high crotch in on the leg, but just flattened out by DeRosier, whose defense is really on show today. He's got Tapia's ankle, making it impossible for him to really build at all. So he's going to shut him down in these last few seconds of this match, which is very surprising for Tapia. We don't normally see him struggle this much or fail completely to put points on the board. But that's going to do it. It's going to be a 4-0 victory here. And so the Citadel is going to get 3 more points to lead the Pride 13-3.
And very uncharacteristic from Tapia, but also credit to DeRosier. Just fantastic defense throughout. And he knew as soon as he got that first takedown, he was in the driver's seat, and he definitely wrestled like it. Didn't let Tapia get any leverage, didn't let him even muster an escape, let alone a takedown. It's 10-3 now.
Looks like we're going to see some more adjustments to this starting lineup, and we're going to put Hofstra is going to put Darius Clark back in 157. Looked like it might have been Frank Volpe for a minute, but they're putting in the starters to really try to turn the tides here. The Citadel's winning so far. And then for the Bulldogs, Tyler Badgett, grad student from California.
Transfer from Pitt University.
These two are off as this match starts here on this mat.
Clark, a redshirt sophomore out of New Jersey. 15-9 last season, second on the team in wins.
Had a win earlier today against Duke. So far a perfect day for both of these guys. Clark going to try to create some distance. This is one of the things we saw earlier this morning was he was getting a little bit tied up, and that's not where he likes to be. So we'll see his Badge is throwing some good fakes here. Some level changes, trying to throw Clark off.
Clark, tall for his weight class, 5'10". That height is definitely something he can use to his advantage as we get inside 2 minutes.
And this is, again, where we've seen this conversation Franco started to have of maybe moving Kyle Mosher down to 157, where he competed at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic last weekend, or keeping him at 165, which is where I think he'll wrestle next at this duel, and then moving Clark up possibly to 165, as he does cut a lot of weight to get down to 157. But nice little shot there from Badgett, the first real shot of the night, but beautiful reshot by Clark. But both guys just super fast on their feet, don't even have to fully sprawl to get away.
Yeah, two very quick competitors.
Hand fighting here. Clark has a wrist, holding on to Badgett's elbow. Looked like he was trying to set up maybe a little slide by there. About a minute left in this first period, currently scoreless. Only really that one exchange.
Yeah, and a lot of feeling out, it's kind of seemed like.
Clark has an underhook here. Not quite working towards a throw in particular. Looked like he might have wanted to go for a throw there, but didn't. Wasn't working for a front headlock either.
30 seconds left.
Nice little shot attempt there from Badgett, looking for a high crotch, but Clark does a good job of getting away.
Very nice agility shown there by Clark. Just kind of sidestep the attempt. It's really just been a lot of hand fighting this first period.
Mm-hmm. We've seen some quick spurts from both of these guys, though. They look for an opportunity. When they see it, they go for it. It's going to be Clark's choice. He's going to take bottom to start this second period. Looking to be the first one to get some points on the board.
Yeah, I think he's definitely going to look to just get some momentum, get an escape.
quick to his feet, but Badgett's still got that leg and adjusts, but Clark gets the 1 point to get himself out.
It's a nice job by Badgett there to keep holding on to Clark's leg, even though Clark was able to eventually grab the escape. About 20 seconds gone.
Good adjustment here. Badgett's on the leg, but Clark's doing a good job of elevating the body and getting his hand off of him and into a place that he's comfortable as they break here. Clark's maybe starting to feel it. He looked a little bit tired in his first match of the day, and now he's kind of resting his hand on his leg, but he still has some gas left in the tank.
Yeah. Obviously not easy to wrestle several times in a day, as many of these wrestlers are doing.
Less than a minute left in the second period. Clark only has 1 point from the escape. Badgett a little annoyed with Clark's hold on his wrist there, but they'll reset.
And the two just resume hand fighting.
Pretty evenly matched competition here. Both really athletic guys, really quick guys. And we've seen that every time. There's been some beautiful shots, but some great defense. So they haven't really gotten into any awkward positions like we saw in some of the earlier matches in this duel.
Clark went for a takedown there, couldn't get it.
Clark has been backing up for most of this match, but not anything egregious, just trying to create space, which is where he likes to take most of his shots. And that'll do it for the second period. And so Badgett will get choice now. He'll take bottom, so looking to tie up that score.
Yeah, and Badgett definitely looks like a guy who likes to kind of stay close. So definitely two contrasting styles between Clark and Badgett.
Badgett's quick to his feet, though. Clark trying to keep the leg in, making it really difficult for Badgett to actually get out. It's a lot of weight, but he's got to be really careful that Badgett doesn't adjust and take that leg back. As now he's on Clark's leg, and so this could spell danger for Clark, as Badgett can work for a reversal here, and he will, and so that's going to move the score up in favor of Badgett. Did a really good job of just being patient and waiting for Clark to slip up and make that mistake of stepping in and giving him access to the leg.
And that's the savviness of a grad student right there. Badgett been doing this for so long. He knows how to get in the head and to force mistakes of younger wrestlers like Clark, again, a redshirt sophomore. With now 1:08 left in period number 3.
They're going to return to the center of the mat here. Reset with Clark on bottom.
Badgett's best season was a 16-2 campaign in 22-23. And with Pitt.
Clark quick to get to his feet, controlling the hands really well, and he'll get the escape there. Runs away to really create some distance, but less than a minute left in this match, and it's tied up now 2-2. So pressure is on.
Yep, and barely any riding time, only 2 seconds for Badgett, so that's not going to be a factor here.
No, and in this dual meet, Hofstra needs to win at all the weight classes that they can, and so Clark is coming down. About 30 seconds left. Still in this awkward hand fighting. Badgett takes a shot. Clark takes a reshot, though. He's in on the leg in that crackdown position. He's got to elevate it, adjust.
20 seconds.
Badgett's trying to roll through, though. He's formidable in his own right. Clark's now in this awkward over. He's got his arm in a weird spot, but he's not going to let Badgett get around, and so they might have a stalemate here with just a few seconds on the clock, or the ref's going to let them keep going, and so we're going to go into overtime here on this match.
Yeah, and after what was a somewhat uneventful first 2 periods, that third was chock full of action.
There's been a lot of good shots, a lot of good attempts, but just neither guy has been able to really get the leg up on the other. So we're going to stop for some headgear malfunctioning, which we saw earlier today with Clark. But when we do get into overtime, it's going to be a 2-minute sudden victory period, and then, if need be, 2 30-second ride-out periods. So the first one to get points on the board will win this match, and we have yet to see either man be successful with a takedown.
Yeah, again, their styles just kind of contrast with each other. Badgett likes to be enclosed. Clark likes to work in space. So there aren't many opportunities for either man to really get his hands on the other, at least in much significant fashion, as they're still working on Clark's headgear.
As you said, the Citadel, one of the military academies. Most of them have wrestling. Hofstra's in the same conference as Navy and Army, who are very formidable opponents, very good teams. So not surprising that we're seeing such tough competition. The Citadel, of course, is in the SoCon, actually. Last season, they performed really well, though, going 14-4 as a team. They actually hosted this great competition on, I want to say, the deck of a military boat or something recently. It was Battle of Yorktown or something like that. It was very interesting. But we are off in overtime here, about 20 seconds in, and neither guy has really gone for it. They're still being a little cautious, which is not what you want to do. You got to go for it. Push the pace in overtime.
Yeah, it's kind of been the same old story.
Badgett takes a nice shot. Clark on the reshot. Nothing, though. Time winding down fast here as they're tied up here. Ref's going to stop it for stalemate. He's going to say break.
1:10 left. Still 2-2.
Both of these guys just trying to post, wait for the other guy to get too high. Nice little shot attempt by Badgett, but again, these are just not deep enough shots. These guys are too fast, and so they're putting distance. Honestly, to be successful, you do need to get in. As Badgett's in on the leg. Got to be careful here on the knee, though, as Clark's trying to get around.
Clark did a really nice job to turn around that attempt. Now he's got Badgett in an uncomfortable position.
Got to be really careful with the knee there, and so, yep, we're going to stop here for a stalemate, actually, but the pressure is on. 29 seconds. The Hofstra bench is fired up. They're saying, get going.
And these are two very smart wrestlers, and they're not going to make many mistakes.
Clark right on the shot, trying to come out the back, trying to isolate a leg. Badgett going for the ankles, making it really difficult. Clark got to keep moving, though. He has the leg, but he's got to get his hips high. Work to improve as Badgett's starting to work to improve. But short time here. We're going to go into ride-out periods now. So here's what's going to happen. Neither guy has riding time, so no one has the advantage right now. Badgett's going to start on bottom. He gets an escape. He gets on the board. But if he doesn't, Clark holds him for the whole 30 seconds, then Clark will need to get out to win the match, or if he's also ridden out by Badgett, then they'll go into more overtime, I believe. So Badgett's quick to his feet, though. He's not going to let it be easy for Clark here, and so Clark still has plenty of chances to narrow up the score, though, if he gets a takedown. That'll pretty much do it.
Really nice shot by Badgett there.
It's good. He saw it. He knew, I have to get out, and I got to do it fast. So he's up right now. And the time is winding down for Clark, so this is the tightest matches can really get. So now Clark's going to be down. He's got 30 seconds. Or Franco's saying go neutral. give up that takedown already and just have 30 seconds to work for, or excuse me, give. Okay. So now Clark needs to get an escape. If he can do it in less than 5 seconds, or if he can get a takedown after, he'd be set. It's going to be stalling on Badgett. I believe that's the first stall call, so no point.
And Badgett was desperately holding on to Clark's ankle there. Clark looked like he was off to the races, but very nice job again by the grad student to not give up an escape and tie it.
If you're Badgett, though, and you know you have that warning, you hold on to that leg.
Yeah.
So Clark either magically needs to get out in less than a second, or he needs to work for a takedown. Does a good job of getting out, but Badgett's on that leg, on those legs, climbing the body. Clark trying to go for some rolls, but I don't know if he'll be able to do it, as 10 seconds and Badgett's just staying barely in. Some savviness here. 10 seconds. Clark would have to get an escape and a takedown to win here, but it looks like the Citadel has pretty much secured this victory and will get some more points on the board.
Yeah, Clark would need something very impressive in this last 7 seconds. Doesn't look like it's going to happen here.
And he won't be able to do it, so the Citadel is going to take this match 3-2, double overtime, though. They're going to move their score to 13-3 in favor of them. And so the pressure is on for the Pride now halfway through this dual meet. But moving on to 165 pounds, we're going to see Kyle Mosher compete again. Of course, lost his match earlier today, which was a surprising twist from such a talented grad student, but he's going to be taking on Thomas Snipes of the Citadel.
Snipes, a redshirt sophomore from Simpsonville, South Carolina. Solid freshman year at 9-4.
And Snipes quick to the takedown. Mosher struggling today as he's starting to adjust and trying to go for the throw, but Snipes is going to go for it.
Snipes already has 3 points.
Getting himself on the board quick, exposing, or trying to expose Mosher's back. Really intense start to the match after a similar thing happened earlier, though. Good adjustment by Mosher there. Roll through and get his hips out. But Snipes quick on that leg. Gonna go for another takedown. Mosher trying to go for this tilt. We'll see if he set it up, though. Looks like he's gonna get this tilt, though. He's getting exposure here. He can get up to 4 points here, but then he's got to adjust and get back on top. In an awkward spot, though, his ankle is still hooked by Snipes, and so they're going to have a real scramble here. It's going to be 4 points for Mosher, though, to get himself on the board and get himself ahead, actually. 8-3 is what the score clock says, but Snipes is on him now. Will get 3 of his own in this adjustment.
And after a few really low scoring bouts, these two are just going at it.
I mean, I'm not surprised after seeing how Mosher wrestled earlier today against Duke. He was willing to kind of put himself in these risky spots to get big points. And so luckily that tilt worked out for him. That's a tilt that we saw Dylan Ryder do a lot last season for the Pride, though at a very different weight class. And Mosher tried to set it up earlier today, but just wasn't able to make it happen. So they're in neutral right now. Mosher leading 8-4 as we still have a whole minute in this first period.
Yeah, absolutely. And great to see Mosher get a couple takedowns after, again, a loss in his first bout today. Mosher, a transfer from Columbia, hails from Rockville Center.
Yeah, like we said, super local guy. He grew up coming to these Hofstra duels, wrestling at the kids' camps. He knows Franco really well. As Snipes gets a beautiful takedown here, that was just textbook, just beautiful. But back to Mosher at Columbia. Franco spent the season there last season, so the two are super close, so it totally makes sense that in his final year of eligibility, Mosher would find himself back on the island and with Franco.
Mosher's best season was as a freshman, 24-12. So it's been very consistent, had an 11-6 record last season.
In a difficult spot here, though, Snipes has got a deep arm bar, but Mosher able to kind of wing out of it and adjust, trying to sit out here. It's a short time left in this first period.
And what a move from Snipes to get on top of Mosher there.
Really good follow through. So going into the second period, Mosher now leads 8-7. So Snipes is really tying up this score. But Mosher will take bottom.
Two very talented wrestlers. Mosher has the experience advantage, but Snipes holding his own and more here. He's getting close to a minute of ride time.
Mosher's on his feet there, ready to go, but beautiful mat return there from Snipes. Mosher adjusting up on his feet, trying to control hands. Controlling hands. Snipes lifting, big mat return there.
And you could hear that one.
Mosher once again up on his feet. He builds really well. He's got to adjust those hands as they get to the edge of the mat here. Turn to the center.
1:14 left. Still 8-7, but I would definitely say Snipes has controlled this period so far.
Crazy exchange of points in that first period, though. That was a lot going on very fast, but good work as Mosher hits a hard sit out there. He's got to get his head up and build. Trying to use his hands to help push his legs up. Trying to turn a little bit early, though, so he'll get mat return by Snipes, who is just drilling these mat returns.
And the strength of Snipes is something to behold. There's another one.
Just textbook. Right on the edge of the mat here, though.
He just clips 2 minutes of ride time.
Still. Now the ref is going to call them out. I was going to say, still competing here at the edge of the mat. Jesse Della Vecchia, also in his first year here at Hofstra coaching, up on his feet, telling him, hey, we got to get moving.
Yeah. He got very close to the Citadel bench there as we got 36 seconds left in the second period. Still 8-7 for Mosher.
It's going to be a caution there, an early start from Snipes. You can hear some loud cheering across the way on the other mat.
Yeah, I think for the Duke contingency.
Looks like Sacred Heart might have won a match against the Blue Devils, but another mat return back on this mat from Snipes. Hofstra, of course, will face Sacred Heart right after this one at 3:30. So busy day, like I said, here in Hempstead.
Yep. You've got a long day, and the wrestlers have a long day.
Mm-hmm. And then you have a long day as well. CAA Men's Soccer Championships is being hosted here at Hofstra Captain's Field. Ethan Poole's going to be on that call.
Yep, with Giuseppe Oliveri. So it's going to be a very fun day against UNCW.
A busy day here in Hempstead.
Yep. That's how we like it.
Starting this third period, Mosher on top now. He's going to look for some tilts here. Or at least to, can't even cut down the riding time at this point. If he gives up an escape, he'll try to work for a takedown. Looks like Snipes is just going to get a beautiful little reversal here as he just adjusts and follows Mosher so well, knowing when to create that distance and then bring him back in. That was really beautiful exchange there from Snipes, but now he'll extend his lead to 9-10 with the riding time, 0.8 over Mosher.
Snipes so strong. Just controlling Mosher's movements. It's pretty incredible.
Mosher's had a tough day, and he came in, and Hofstra was really excited to pick him up as a transfer. He was really successful up at Columbia, and he was going to fill in this weight class 165, where the Pride had kind of struggled. They'd have some freshmen fill in last season, but never really a set-in-stone starter, but kind of a rough start to dual meet season, at least for Mosher, but showed some really good grit here, especially in that first period when he adjusted to get those points on the board. So still got about a minute left in this third period as he's on bottom, but working for that stand-up, really trying to press back into Snipes to use that momentum as he's mat returned once again.
He's getting very acquainted with that mat.
The thing is, those mat returns are not easy for Snipes either. He's having to lift and return, and he's doing it well every time, so clearly drills that in the room, but making it difficult for Mosher. Just 25 seconds left. Knows he needs to get working.
Remember, he needs to because of the riding time for Snipes.
Yeah, an escape is not going to be enough. Needs that reversal or needs that escape and a takedown as the Pride are really starting to fall behind against the Citadel.
Yep, 13-3 and could be 16-3 in about 14 seconds.
We're going to have a caution here, though.
And Mosher looks exhausted.
Again, trying to get up, but Snipes is drilling these mat returns with just a few seconds left on the clock. And that's going to do it. Kyle Mosher is going to lose another match today, and Snipes is going to take it for a 10-8 victory and give the Citadel 3 more points to put him up 16-3.
Yeah, and Snipes, those mat returns, just absolutely brutal to be on the receiving end of, especially the amount of times he sent Mosher into the mat. I lost count. It can't be easy, lifting up a guy and slamming him to the ground, but he's done it to great effect today.
Moving up in the weight classes, we're going to move to 174 pounds, where we're going to see Grayson Harris once again as the starter for the Pride, and then he's going to be competing against Ben Haubert for the Bulldogs.
Grayson Harris, the redshirt sophomore of Asheville, North Carolina, as we get underway here.
Harris lost earlier today against Duke. It's been put in the starting position here at 174 after Ross McFarland moved up to 184. But looks like he's doing a pretty good job here as we're in this crazy scramble. Some rolling action happening there. Great job on both wrestlers' parts to really follow. That was a very interesting exchange to witness, but it was Harris's original shot, his offense, but Haubert's going to do a great job of adjusting and getting 3 of his own here.
So that exchange earlier just looked like they were both rolling down a hill. It was something.
That was crazy, actually.
Yeah.
But it happens here, and that was a beautiful follow by both guys. So Haubert is going to get the better of Harris in that exchange. But as I was saying, Harris filling in at 174 after Ross McFarland has moved up a weight class to 184. But so far been pretty formidable from the redshirt sophomore.
Absolutely. We're not scheduled to see McFarland in the 184 bout for now, but we've seen a few times today that that's always subject to change. So we got 120 left.
Haubert has this nice arm bar on Harris, which is going to be really difficult for Harris to build up, but he's trying to. Got to be careful of that arm, though. Don't want to get into a potentially dangerous position on the shoulder, but Haubert doing a good job of trying to set it up for a tilt here.
Yeah. Halbert, a Pennsylvania native. He's a senior, had probably his best collegiate season as a sophomore. He went 22-11, so doubled up his loss total with his win total.
With the last couple losses, though, Hofstra's hopes on this duel, as Halbert's got Harris on his back for a second there. It was a dangerous position, but Harris is able to wiggle his way out and only give up 2 back points there. But giving Halbert a significant lead, 5-0, still in this first period. But as I was saying, it would take more than just wins by decision from the Pride in the next 4 matches to win. They would need some bonus point wins in order to get the victory over the Citadel.
Yeah, and credit to the Bulldogs. They've put Hofstra in a really precarious position in these first 6 bouts.
Halbert with a nasty little tilt there with the arm bar and going across the throat kind of, but stop for time. And now going into the second period, Halbert up 5-0 over Harris. He'll take bottom to start the second period.
And right now, Harris just desperately needs anything to get back into this thing. And he gives up an escape right away. .60, 1:45 left. And over 2 minutes of riding time for Halbert.
It was Harris's original offense that Halbert scored on, and so he's able to set something up, but Halbert in on a single now, elevating the leg. Harris has got to adjust here. He's got an ankle wizard as Halbert doing a good job crowding the body. Still on the leg. Harris trying to create some space on the edge of the mat here. Harris turning his hips, to try to create that space.
Halbert doing a nice job of just staying stagnant and not letting Harris get anything more.
And a beautiful adjustment there from Halbert to peek out kind of for a duck under to move to a double. There's going to be a challenge here. They're going to say, that was a takedown. What are you saying? As the ref called it out of bounds.
Yeah,
so
I don't know if I disagree there, because that looked like a takedown. Just the question of whether they were out of the lines. It was on the far side for us, so we don't really have the best angle.
To me, it never looked like they were completely out of the circle. Only need to keep 1 point of contact in, but the ref might have thought that he called it. There's a lot of whistles going on today. We've got multiple scoreboards going. Like we said, other match, it looks like the score is 14-6, I want to say, in favor of Duke, but some good action happening over there as well. Coach is talking to Harris right now, trying to tell him how he can turn this match around. 56 seconds left in the second period, down 0-6. So quite a bit of room to make up, but
Harris, another taller guy, 5'10". At the very least, compared to his opponent, Halbert.
Like I said, all-time Hofstra is 3-0 against the Citadel, but their last matchup was all the way back in 2020. It looks like they're going to keep the score the same, and so the Citadel will lose that challenge, and it will remain at 6-0 in the second period.
And that would have put Harris away, essentially. It would have been 9-0. He's not in good shape right now, but at least he's still in realistic striking distance.
Beautiful shot there from Halbert, though. Right on the leg, super direct. Trying to elevate it, but Harris doing a good job of trying to get his legs back, trying to get his hips back and sprawl out, but he's just going to get completely crowded by Halbert there for the takedown.
And now 9-0 with time ticking in this second period. And over 2 minutes of riding time, so that's essentially 10-0 right now.
It's a dangerous spot. It's a major decision, and so this score is only going to keep the team score is only going to keep getting larger. And so it's starting to really escape the Pride.
Absolutely. The Citadel, to their credit, they've come in and just had the advantage in most of these matches.
It's a very tough team, though. The Pride knew that. That's why they changed up some of these starters. They said, put these guys back in. We need to keep it down, keep it to a loss by decision and not give up those 5 points from a tech fall or 4 from a major decision. But Harris here needs to bring it back down to that lesser deficit. On his feet now.
Yeah, the idea right now can't be, obviously you want to win, but the idea right now just has to be get it down a bit so you can give up the 3 points instead of 4.
Two hand fighting right now. Harris now in control of the center of the mat, kind of for the first time this match, but he has to be careful and not let up too much and give Halbert access to his legs again.
He's getting close to a minute now.
Harris with a not very well set up shot there, but now feeling the pressure, starting to take some shots, just get some offense going. As Halbert did a really good job there trying to get to the legs, but Harris super quick to just get those away, just seconds away from Halbert getting the actual leg and securing the takedown.
And so as we get back started in the middle of the ring, in the circle, excuse me.
Both guys with collar ties here. Kind of head to head, not really where you want to be. Nice little shot there by Harris, making Halbert start to move, adjust, some level changes. Beautiful shot there by Halbert. Just runs straight into the leg, but Harris is showed some really good defense as he tries to go for an ankle pick. That would have been a beautiful move, but 10 seconds left on the clock here, and it's already done for Harris, but just trying to move that major decision down to just a loss by decision, would be huge for the Pride, but it's just not going to happen. So Halbert is going to take the win here, 10-0, and the Citadel is going to continue their lead, now 20-3 over the Pride.
Yeah, and Halbert was in control of that for all 7 minutes. He looked absolutely fantastic. Harris, obviously didn't want to fall like that, but Halbert just completely controlled that match, the pace and the hits. Just fantastic job there by the senior for the Citadel.
Moving to the next match, it looks like it's going to be Ross McFarland who goes in for the Pride at 194. Of course, this is his new weight class that he's kind of been working with this season. And then Micah DiCarlo for the Citadel.
McFarland, a grad student from Pennellville, New York.
McFarland won his earlier match today against Duke. Like we said, older member of the team captain, grad student. He's been here for a minute, so he's really looking for this to be the season for him where he finally qualifies for that NCAA tournament, puts his stamp on it. But moving up to this weight class, we'll see if that helps. That's one of the things Franco brought in to this program was, hey, let's make some adjustments. One of these things being, hey, let's move McFarland up to 184.
So definitely a weight class that suits him and his natural build a bit more. But a bit of a learning curve going against some bigger opponents. But a nice takedown there.
It's a beautiful ankle pick there by Ross McFarland. And then great job covering to put himself up early. He knows, I need to work for some bonus points. But looks like even with 5, if the Pride were to get 3 wins by technical fall, they would still lose to the Citadel. If they were to get 3 by pin, they would win by 1 point. So the pressure is on for these last few guys, and don't know if the Pride will be able to make it happen, but they're at least going to bring the score closer, or try to at least, as some action there on the edge of the mat got a little bit dangerous, so they reset here in the middle.
Yeah, the Prider, even if the chances for a win at this duel are extremely low, they're still going to give it everything they've got, at least to make a bad pun for pride.
The Sacred Heart bench is on their feet over on the other mat, though, as a Sacred Heart wrestler just pinned a Duke wrestler, so they are fired up here in the David S. Mack complex. Oh my goodness. But DiCarlo's going to get the escape here on this mat to get his first point on the board, 3-1 against McFarland with about a minute left in this first period.
50 seconds left. 3-1. McFarland near a minute of ride time already, 58 seconds.
Some hand fighting here. Neither wrestler really looking for something specific. Still break contact here.
Go, 25 seconds left.
Beautiful shot there from McFarland in on the leg, and he'll get the takedown to put himself up 6-1. He'll get that minute of riding time. Beautiful offense there by McFarland. But DiCarlo quick to his feet. McFarland trying to work for a mat return, but that'll do it for just the first period. McFarland up 6-1. He is fired up after watching some really frustrating matches for Hofstra. So he's going to take bottom to start this second period.
And a beautiful job by DiCarlo there. No, not by McFarland, excuse me, to not allow DiCarlo to escape and to keep his 6-1 lead. And McFarland, a leader on this team, kind of wants to lead by example right now and try to make a statement against the Citadel team that is kind of big brother at Hofstra so far.
McFarland on his feet, adjusting, gets the turn there for an escape. Beautiful little hip heist. On his feet now. He's going to keep drilling these takedowns, trying to end this match early. Still got a lot of space to go, though, for that 15-point technical fall.
Time ticking.
Both guys adjusting. McFarland is really methodical. He's going to wait till he has an opportunity he really likes and then take that shot, and that's how he's been so successful. He's not just throwing shots left and right. So it looks like there's not a lot of action, but they're just trying to set it up for something really nice.
Absolutely, and he does have time, almost 3 minutes total, to add to his lead or possibly go for a pin, as unlikely as that is against a guy the caliber of DiCarlo, excuse me.
Nice little idea there from McFarland, but didn't move in all the way to break that distance. A little swipe by DiCarlo. Easily defended, though. McFarland working. Now starting to adjust to some underhooks, trying to create some different offenses. DiCarlo is trying to put in a front headlock there.
10 seconds left. DiCarlo's just below a minute of ride time now. 55 seconds.
That's going to do it for the second period. McFarland is still up 7-1. DiCarlo is going to take bottom, and so McFarland gets 5 more seconds. He could potentially end with a riding time point, but he's going to want to keep creating some distance here, going for that major decision, going for that tech fall, though that seems a little bit out of the realm of possibility right now. But with a good couple tilts, could happen. So McFarland's going to follow, doing a good job of moving to the leg to not let DiCarlo get out.
McFarland's above a minute of ride time now.
Ref's going to have them return to the center of the mat.
1:38 to go. And McFarland will be on top.
McFarland across the body with a tight waist. Nice little chop there to break him flat. Trying to look for an arm bar here. Adjusting well. DiCarlo really straining to push himself up. Wants that escape. Nice little chop attempt there by McFarland, but DiCarlo able to muscle his way out there. Really fought for that one to get himself start to close that possible major decision score. So now 7-2. Minute and 40 of riding time, though, in favor of McFarland, but would not be enough for a major decision. Though, will not matter for the team score at this point, as the Citadel has pretty soundly squashed the Pride.
It was getting close to 45 seconds left. And it's been some close bouts, but the Citadel has just been all over the Pride. They've won some in the last minute, and they've had some just dominant performances mixed in there.
McFarland working on the edge of the mat here, trying not to give up a takedown as DiCarlo follows him as McFarland falls into the bench. They're going to reset in the center here. DiCarlo is really feeling the pressure. Wants to keep working. 25 seconds left. DiCarlo trying to build McFarland up. McFarland dives for a leg. It's on a leg, but not really working for a takedown as his hips are just flat on the mat. 10 seconds, though. Starting to work here as DiCarlo's trying to elevate Ross, lifting him. McFarland trying to go for a crazy roll, but that's going to do it. So McFarland will win this match 8-2 with the riding time point, but it's only going to help the Pride a little bit, move it to a 6-20 score against the Citadel.
Yeah, and a really nice performance there by Ross McFarland. You could tell at the end he was fishing for a pin opportunity or a major decision opportunity was kind of out the window at that point. Just trying to find any possible way to get Halbert on the mat. Couldn't do it, but still a very nice performance. Very just overall sound against a very solid opponent. Against DiCarlo, excuse me.
Moving to 197 pounds, we're going to see Nicholas Miller back on the mat for the Pride. And then his opponent, Patrick Brophy, is one of the ranked wrestlers on this Citadel lineup. Ranked currently number 31.
Miller won the E bracket, I believe, at the Journeyman Classic last weekend.
Yeah, Miller has had a good start to the season so far. It's his second year as a starter for the Pride. Action underway here, though.
Yeah. The redshirt sophomore, even though he did redshirt, was still a very crucial part of this team. Won Freshman of the Year for Hofstra a couple years back.
Brophy, also a redshirt sophomore, so two pretty evenly matched in terms of time for these guys as Brophy's on a single now, lifting Miller's leg. Miller trying to adjust and not just go down to the mat, but he will, and so Brophy will get the takedown to start the match here.
And that's what Brophy does. You know, he's obviously ranked for a reason. Has more commotion on the other mat.
Miller will get an escape there on the edge of the mat to put himself up, but this Sacred Heart bench is losing their minds on the other bench.
Their coach took a spill.
Back over here, though, really fast escape there from Miller to work back into a position where he can score some of his own points against a very good opponent.
Some rough hand fighting.
Miller's got to up the aggression and meet Brophy where he's at.
Brophy's so good because of his aggressiveness. Very physical, obviously, in a physical sport, but more so than many others.
Miller on a collar tie here. Moving down to the bicep. Ties are broken. Little shot attempt there by Miller, but didn't work in. Brophy on the leg now. looking for the takedown. He's got Miller's leg. Similar position to early in the match. Elevating, nice little trip, and that'll be a takedown for Brophy. Put himself up 6-1. Pretty dominant performance so far, as it's still only in the first period, about 30 seconds left, and those have both been just beautiful, easy takedowns from Brophy, as Miller's quick to his feet, though, on the edge of the mat here. He'll get the escape to help get another point on the board for himself.
Yeah, Brophy wanted to drop Miller to the mat, could not pull it off.
And Brophy's going to get another takedown, just kind of followed and then cut back, and he's just dominating this match so far. It's been a little bit brutal as we move to the second period. Brophy's going to defer, and so it'll be Miller's choice, and he'll take bottom.
I mean, Brophy's showing why he's ranked. I mean, he's looked absolutely fantastic against a very solid wrestler in Miller. It's not like he's beating up on a lesser opponent right now.
No, like you said, Miller won his bracket at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic, and so he's had some success, but he did lose earlier today in a pretty tough match against Duke from an opponent who he had, I want to say, beat earlier at the Journeyman Classic. But looking back here, Brophy's now working for a tilt here. He's got the start of an armbar in Miller. Looks like now he's finally punching his hand through to fully set it up, which will make for a brutal tilt that he's starting to set up here. And Miller just cannot defend it. That's tight.
Brophy 120 and counting of ride time.
It's going to be no points, though. Miller was able to avoid giving that up, but that means Brophy can still use this arm. He doesn't have to release it and readjust. So he's going to go for this tilt again, and this is going to put Miller in a tough spot. He's getting swipes right here. Ref is calling the count, and it's going to be 4 back points for Brophy to put him up a 12-2, or excuse me, 13-2, but Miller will get the escape there, make it 13-4. Excuse me, 13-3. But really solid tilt there from Brophy. Is a good shot by Miller, but completely stuffed by Brophy, who just got his hips back.
30 seconds. Brophy could definitely go for a technical fall here.
As Brophy gets a takedown here, put himself up 16-3, and you are right, a technical fall is definitely in the cards. So this is kind of a rough match, though he's had some good shines, but Brophy ranked for a reason.
Yeah, I mean, I think as we talked about a couple minutes ago, I mean, it's not that Miller's a poor wrestler. He's, again, as you said, he's had a couple nice moments, but he's just against one of the best in the country, and that's no shame to Miller. Unless he can pull off an incredible comeback. I don't know if I've ever seen 13 points in 2 minutes.
Okay, Brophy quick to his feet in this third period, start on bottom. And he'll get some space and get an escape, put himself up. So he just needs a takedown to best Miller. Looked like he was trying to, though. That was kind of an interesting move there. Tried to do a little bit of a throw. Miller on a takedown, though, on the legs, and he'll get pretty textbook double there, just trying to finish, as Brophy does a good job of getting to Miller's leg, though, trying to come out the back here and elevate. Lifting Miller's leg here, making it really difficult for Miller to do anything.
That's it.
And that'll do it. So Brophy will take this win by technical fall 20-3, and so that'll give the Citadel 5 more points to really put him up on the board, 25-6 over the Pride, and so it is done. But one more weight class. Looks like the Pride are going to put in Danny Church, and then for the Citadel, it's going to be...
Looks like it's Adam Ortega.
Sounds about Wright, the junior out of Watertown, New York. Then, of course, Danny Church, a redshirt freshman for the Pride.
Church from Erie, Pennsylvania. When he competed last year, he did all right, 5-6 record.
Had a tough loss earlier today against a very good opponent from Duke. So can't help the team score at this point, but looking to get a win for himself. As Ortega's quick to get to the leg, but fought off well by Church.
Ortega was a 3-sport athlete in high school, soccer player and a football player, as well as a wrestler.
Just some hand fighting here. Of course, heavyweight. You're going to see some slower movements, but some quick stuff here as Church gets to a nice front headlock, trying to work around now. Church still on that front headlock. Ortega doing a good job of using his arm to kind of post out and create some space.
Still locked together. It's about a minute gone. Not much in the way of action so far.
Both guys just heavy hands trying to create some sort of setup while they're hand fighting here. Nice little cut up there by Church, but Ortega gets to the leg. So Church has to really sprawl out. He's getting to the leg, though, as he's starting to circle around. Both guys get up to their feet, though, shutting down each other's offense.
Again, Ortega Jr. hasn't seen much action before this season. It's obviously a major part of this Citadel team and what they want to do this year.
Church with a nice little attempt at a high crotch there, but just wasn't close enough to really follow through. So we have about a minute left in just this first period.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of a feeling out process for these two men.
Church on a collar tie. But not really taking too many shots. Nice little clear. They're clearing the ties, trying to create some space. That's where the best shots have come from for Church so far today. It's just when he's opened up a little bit.
Time ticking now, below 30 seconds, and yeah, not much action to speak of so far.
Church, again, clearing the ties. Seems like he wants to work from space, but can also work here from... Got a nice little overhook on Ortega. Ortega digging for these underhooks, though, as he's pressing Church towards the edge of the mat. Church has to be careful to not get hit with stalling, as that'll do it for the first period, though. No score.
Yeah, and again, pretty uneventful first period. The two just trying to feel each other out. Any attempt at a takedown or mat drop was just met. Just very solid defense. Very interested to see if their approaches change we get later into this bout.
Ortega heavy on the leg, but Church trying to get up, trying to adjust. Church now with this whizzer to get out and get the escape.
And Church is on the board.
So he'll take the lead 1-0 right now, but as a reminder, don't go anywhere after this match. We're not done for the day. I still have a whole duel against Sacred Heart. I still have a whole duel to call. These guys still have a whole duel to wrestle against Sacred Heart. EIWA opponent, so actually has kind of some implications for postseason and how that's going to go. So stay tuned. It's going to be right here on YouTube, hopefully starting around 3:30, and then that will finally end the day. Church with a nice, beautiful shot there, in on the single. But Ortega on the crotch loft here, making it difficult for Church to score, but Church still on that leg. He's got his hands locked. He's just got to scoot in, get his head up, hips in. But Ortega doing a really good job of sprawling out hard, making it really difficult for Church, trying to lift the ankle. Church just need to keep moving. He needs to keep moving.
Yep.
Circling around because Ortega's going to beat him here.
Ortega not earning ride time for this, but still in very good shape right now.
And that's finally almost. Church is so close to the takedown. Just got to step over those legs to get it. He's so close. Ortega's just barely holding on to the leg. Church has just got to crossface and really get out of that lock, sweep the legs. But Ortega brilliantly gets his hips under him to avoid it. Now he's on Church's leg himself, going for his own takedown. Now in the crackdown position, Church on the crotch lock. But that's going to do it for the second period. So a beautiful exchange there. Really didn't know what way it was going to go.
And that was absolutely fantastic by Ortega. He had some fantastic awareness, even though I don't know how much he could see what Church was trying to do, to just keep kind of moving his legs when he could to prevent Church from earning 3 points on a takedown. And it stays at just 1-0 with 2 minutes left in the third period and 2 minutes left in this match.
So starting this third period, Church on top, but Ortega's going to get the quick escape to tie it up now. 1-1. Doesn't get more heavyweight than this.
Nope.
To caught in this tie. We've seen a lot of good offense, though, so it's really just going to be who takes that shot and who's able to finish. Ref talking to them, though.
And it looks like they're going to go back to the neutral. 1:25 left.
Still in these ties, both guys working. Church has started to control the center of the mat a little bit more.
Both have their hands around each other's backs. Under a minute now.
Ortega in on the shot here. On Church's leg. Church doing a really good job of sprawling and stuffing the head to make it difficult.
As we said, no real ride time to speak of. 5 seconds in favor of Ortega, but obviously right now that's not going to matter much at all.
Church pressing, controlling. Got to see some movement, though. Just 30 seconds left. Got to go for something, or we're going to be stuck in overtime. A nice little attempt there by Church, but Ortega with a nice re-attack. Though completely shut down. The two of them very evenly matched here.
10 seconds.
And that's going to move us into overtime. Tied up here once again. 2 minutes, sudden victory. Seen a lot of good shots from both guys, but neither has been able to capitalize and finish here. Of course, team score doesn't matter at this point, but would be good to see Church get a victory after that tough loss earlier today.
Yeah, obviously good to make the score look a little bit more respectable, as well as just you always want to see guys perform well in their individual bouts. About 30 seconds in.
Church pressuring. Looking for something. Little shot attempt there by Ortega. Shot again. Looking for the high crotch. Would have been a beautiful move there by Church if he really committed to it and threw the arm by. He's got an underhook. It's really useful. We'll see if he does anything. Nice little throw by there to the leg. It's on the leg. But Ortega's on the leg too. Church has got to get out. Finish out the back. Isolate the leg. Turn the corner. Ortega's still on the ankle, making it really difficult for Church. The two of them trying to stand up while they're each holding the other's leg. It's a very difficult position, but Church is in a good spot here. He's got Ortega's leg. He's got enough time. 45 seconds on the clock. Church still on the leg, still trying to finish here. Still working for it, but Ortega is able to get around and get the takedown to win the match in overtime. So it is going to be a 25-6 victory for the Citadel, loss for the Pride. Now move their perfect record against the Bulldogs to 3-1 on the day, but they're not done. They've still got a whole other match against Sacred Heart, but thank you for joining me, Ethan, in this very difficult dual meet.
Yeah, always a good time. Good luck with the Sacred Heart match. And yeah, I think the Citadel, they came in and they did what they do. This is again, as we said, the military academies always kind of excel in wrestling, and they're no exception. Hofstra did have some good things, some positive takeaways. McFarland and Hoyle had wins.
But we are going to move to take a break here before the Sacred Heart duel. Once again, thank you, Ethan, and thank you, Zach, for joining me earlier today. We will be right back here shortly. Or no. We are back. You are once again listening to the Hofstra Pride Athletics YouTube channel. I'm Olivia Hilstead, joining you solo for this third dual meet of the day. Hofstra is taking on Sacred Hearts for some EIWA action here. Their third duel this season after two earlier duels against Duke and then the Citadel. Hofstra, of course, beat Duke 21-12 to start the day strong, and then fell to the Citadel 28-6 just a couple of minutes ago, really. And so getting it started right away here at 125 pounds, we have Dylan Acevedo as he's taking on Mike Manta of Sacred Heart. Acevedo off to a quick start with the takedown here to put himself up 3-0. Acevedo's third match of the day, the senior out of New Jersey. It's also Manta's third match of the day. Junior out of Hop Hog, New York. So local guy, several local guys on both teams here on Long Island. But once again, Acevedo with the strong start about a minute into this third period, up 3-0. Acevedo giving some forward pressure here, making it difficult for Manta to build up. Looking for a tilt here. Like I said, Sacred Heart EIWA opponent, so in the same conference as Hofstra. So the Pride will see them at several competitions this season and in the postseason. Acevedo working for an armbar here on top. He's got the leg hooked on Manta here, bringing that knee to the head to set up a cradle, potentially. He's got it hooked really tight, got his ankles even hooked. Manta's not going to be able to separate his head. Looks like going for the pin here. If Acevedo can just hold him on his back, he'll be off to a strong start in this dual meet. He's got it really tight in this cradle here, but he's able to adjust. Manta just barely avoided that, so that's going to be 4 back points for Acevedo to put him up 7-0 at the beginning of this match. If that was a pin, it would put 6 points on the board for the Pride. Start this dual meet off strong.
Still a warning, Sacred Heart.
Hofstra is 14-0 all-time against Sacred Heart, so they've really dominated these matchups. The teams did not wrestle last season, but the Pride won 43-6 on the road in 2023. Sacred Heart, of course, only went 3-2 last season, had no NCAA qualifiers. So start of the second period here, Acevedo up 7-0. Going to start in neutral here. Nice little front headlock. Then circles around for 3. Acevedo going to go up 10. He's got a half here. Great swim there. Good job continuing the movement. Looking for a fall here if he can dig that arm in deep. Elbow to the back of the neck here. And he's going for the fall. Getting swipes. And that's going to do it. That's going to be a pin for Dylan Acevedo. He's going to put the Pride on the board 6-0 against Sacred Heart to start this dual meet off strong. Pin in the second period. So Dylan Acevedo gets it done quick at 125 pounds for the Pride. Moving to 133 pounds. It looks like it's going to be Chase Liardi once again for the Pride. And then for Sacred Heart. It's going to be Andrew Fallon, the grad student out of Massachusetts, previously wrestled at American University. Chase Liardi, of course, transferred himself, spent his first year at Ohio State before coming back to Long Island. Though Liardi missed last season due to injury, he's back, redshirt junior, this season with the Pride. Local guy out of Massapequa. So knows Jamie Franco, new Hofstra head coach this season, very well. Franco was Liardi's private coach throughout high school, and so the two were super close. It's a big reason why Liardi is here with the Pride back on the island after posting a very impressive freshman season at Ohio State. Both guys just adjusting here at the beginning of the match. Only a minute in. No real shots, trying to see where we're at. Nice little slide by attempt, or throw by there by Liardi, trying to open Fallon up. We'll see if he also tries to go for a quick win. And this long day of matches for the Pride. Fallon with a little swipe there. Defended easily by Liardi, though. Liardi was in on a shot there. Had a nice little high crotch, but defended well by Fallon. Liardi trying to break the tie there. Ref will stop it. Minute and 8 seconds left in this first period. Still scoreless. Sacred Heart so far off to a 1-2 start to the season, or excuse me, a 1-3 start to the season after losing to Duke here in Hempstead earlier today, but they beat Presbyterian to start their season and then lost to Buffalo, VMI, and now Duke. Fallon with a shot there. Liardi really open, trying to figure out what he wants for his attack. About 30 seconds left in this first period. Quick movement there, but Fallon just falls easy. Quick on the defense. Liardi moves in. Fallon with a tough post there. Nice little collar tie, heavy hands. But that'll do it for the first period. Fallon's starting to get a little aggressive in this scoreless match. It'll be Fallon's choice. He's going to go bottom to start this second period. Liardi covers. Liardi with mixed results so far today. Had a win over Duke and then a loss against the Citadel, but most of Hofstra's lineup had tough losses against the Citadel. Some close matches, some not so close. As we're getting a little aggressive here on the side of the mat. Fallon really trying to push the pace here. Make something happen. But before today, Liardi had kind of a rough start to the season, 0-3, after returning, missed all of last season pretty much due to injury, and so still trying to work it off, but we know that he's performed at a very high level. Like I said, against Ohio State, he had a really great record his first collegiate season. So he's capable of really being a star for the Pride here. Fallon got a point there to go up 0-1, but we're going to stop for some injury time. Looks like trainer checking out Liardi's knee brace there. Minute 21 left in this second period, though. Like I said, this is Hofstra's third duel of the day, third of the season, back-to-back today. Started with a nice win over Duke, 21-12, and then a loss to the Citadel, 28-6. We'll get back in action here. Fallon with a nice high crotch for a beautiful shot in on the leg. Liardi doing a good job of trying to create this crotch lock, though. Gotta watch the knee here. Gonna be potentially dangerous there. So they'll start in neutral, but beautiful little shot there from Fallon. Minute left in this second period. Some hand fighting here. Trying to set up some shots. Beautiful shot there by Fallon, but easily defended by Liardi. Got his hips back and his hands down to get in front of Fallon. Fallon with a front headlock here on Liardi. Liardi gets out easy, though. In on a leg now, looking to finish. Fallon rolls through, but Liardi on him, and he'll get 3 here. Had Fallon on his back for a second there, but no points. So he'll go up 3-1. Start this third period off strong. Liardi will start on bottom here, but beautiful takedown here. Fallon will call, saying he wants to start in neutral and give Liardi the 1-point escape. Start this match where he wants it. Nice little shot there by Fallon, but defended by Liardi. Got his hips back quick. Fallon digging those underhooks. Starting to press the pace. Wanting to tie up this match. Liardi with a nice little overhook. Fallon working for it. Hands on the legs, but Liardi's really good about getting his hips back. Liardi now trying to cut the corner and get around. Gets to a leg. In on that single. Edge of the mat, though. He's got to be able to elevate it. Getting his head up, hips in. It's going to be a stalemate, though, and they're going to go back to the center of the mat. Minute left in this match. Liardi's still up 4-1. Riding time not a factor. Fallon has a front headlock on Liardi. On the edge of the mat here. Fallon really pressing Liardi, and then we've got some hands throwing here. These guys starting to get a little aggressive in this tight match. It's going to be 1 point for Fallon. As unnecessary roughness is called on Liardi. About 25 seconds left in this match. Fallon really putting the pressure on. But Liardi gets to that front headlock, making it really difficult for Fallon to do anything. 14 seconds on the clock as they go out of bounds here. It's going to be stall calling on Liardi, but it's good so far. It's a short time here. Fallon with a flurry of attacks, but it's not going to be enough as Liardi will take the win here, 4-2. A super tight victory Going to put 3 points on the board for the Pride. 9-0 lead over Sacred Heart, but a valiant effort by Fallon. That was a pretty intense match for being so low scoring. So next up at 141 pounds, we're going to have Justin Hoyle take on Jake Ice.
At 141 pounds versus
Hoyle, of course, the grad student, also missed most of last season due to injury, but got another year of eligibility, and so he's back for his 6th season, really wanting to make his mark finally, get that NCAA berth, finally qualify for the tournament. Grad student, originally from Maple Valley, Washington, wrestled at Wyoming Seminary, though. Jake Ice from Massachusetts, the senior for the Pioneers. Hoyle working for a takedown early in this match. He'll get it on the edge of the mat. Nice little slick moves by Hoyle there. Get reset here. Hofstra looking to completely shut out Sacred Heart possibly in this duel. Hoyle lets Ice out. Excuse me, correction. Hoyle is facing Anthony Samuels. Or Jake Samuels, excuse me. Samuels really pressuring into Hoyle here with an underhook, but Hoyle's going to be able to use that as he goes for the leg here. Adjusts. Follows for a nice little takedown. Easy takedown there. Beautifully done by Justin Hoyle on the edge of the mat here. So he'll take the 6-1 lead early in this first period. Hoyle has had 2 wins so far today, so he's been having a very strong performance for the Pride. As they'll go out of bounds here. 2 narrow wins by decision, though. So he's looking to create some distance and put some points on the board for the Pride. Riding really heavy on that side of the body, making it really hard for Samuels to get up. And he'll follow him to the edge of the mat and then let him go for that 1-point escape for Samuels to make it 6-2. About a minute left in this first period. Hoyle has been just dominant offensively, though. Some really solid takedowns.
1 minute.
Pressuring on the edge of the mat here. They'll go out of bounds, and it'll be a stall warning on Samuels. Another one of those, and it'll be a point for Hoyle. Beautiful shot there from Justin Hoyle, low on the ankle, coming out the back door, isolating the legs, moving down to an ankle and covers for 3 points. Beautifully done, textbook takedown there by Justin Hoyle. Make it 9-2. Matches, of course, end automatically by technical fall if you're 15 points ahead of your opponent. That's 5 points for the team score. Might be what Justin Hoyle is going for here today. Nice little claw there. Trying to break Samuels down. Samuels just completely outclassed by a dominant Justin Hoyle in this match. Getting to the end of this first period. Hoyle up 9-2 minute and 16 of riding time. And he will get choice. He'll defer. And they'll start this second period in neutral. Hoyle going to look for some ties. A little shot there by Samuels, easily defended by Hoyle. Another shot by Samuels, again, easily defended. Hoyle now on a leg. cutting Samuels off of his re-attack. Now he's just got to cover, get around, get his leg free. That'll be 3 points for Justin Hoyle, bring it up to 12-2. Starting to approach that tech fall territory. Working on top here, he's got a leg in. Useful for if he tries to set up a tilt. Got an arm bar here. Looks like he's going to run it. Justin Hoyle trying to run this arm bar, putting a lot of pressure on Samuel's shoulder. He's got to be careful here, keep it legal. Trying to scoop the head here. Samuel's really fighting. The thing is, once he goes over, that's going to be a really hard spot to defend. Hoyle adjusting though, switching to the side, letting go of that arm bar, moving down to an ankle to really flatten Samuels out. About 30 seconds left in this second period though. Hoyle kind of looking at his coaches. Stalling on Samuels, so that's going to be a point for Justin Hoyle. Samuel's really unable to do anything with Hoyle flattening him out so much on top. That'll do it for the second period. It'll be Hoyle's choice. He's up 13-2. He'll take neutral. Gonna need more than a takedown, though, for that technical fall. Samuel starting to pressure offensively. Hoyle looking for the tie he wants. Gets an underhook here. Nice little trip there on Samuels, but nothing. Red idea, though, from Hoyle. Two stalking each other, keeping some space. Hoyle's been really successful when the two have tied up, so Samuel's going to try to keep himself open. Hoyle with a series there. About a minute left in this match. So it's at least going to be a win by major decision, which would be 14 points for the Pride, but Hoyle with another shot there. Samuel stuffing the head, getting to that front headlock. Hoyle still able to score there if he's able to peek out. Just back out. About 30 seconds left. Coach is calling for some action as Samuels gets to a double there, but easily defended by Hoyle. He's now pressuring into Samuels on the edge of the mat there. Gets a front headlock right by the bench. They're going to reset in the center of the mat. 20 seconds left. Hoyle has completely dominated this match. 2 minutes and 41 seconds of riding time. Super short time here. Hoyle with one last shot attempt, some pressure. And that will do it. And so Justin Hoyle will win this match 14-2 after the riding time point. So that'll be a major decision for the Pride. So they'll move the team score up to 13-0, completely shutting down Sacred Hearts so far. Moving on to 149 pounds. Noah Tapia is going to take on Vincent Milazzo for the Pioneers. Milazzo, a grad student from Commack, New York, so local guy. Tapia, of course, sophomore. Had a standout season last year in his first season for the Pride. Really impressed. So far today, did suffer a loss against the Citadel. Very tough team, but had a really solid win against Duke earlier today. Ref is going to stop the action and have them reset in neutral here. Scoreless 40 seconds in. Tapia working a rush in here on the arm. Still on that arm. Trying to pull Milazzo down. Or get to a leg there. Right idea, trying to attack across the body. Nice, beautiful throw there by Noah Tapia, but Milazzo adjusts and covers. Well, he's got Tapia on his back. Tapia trying to adjust on the edge of the mat. It was a beautiful throw, but a great way to capitalize on the movement by Tapia. Tapia's got to fight here on the edge of the mat, or Milazzo's going to get the fall. Tapia's really got to adjust. He's got to get near the body, really cover, try to adjust, keep his shoulders off the mat. This is a really tough spot. He's got to really fight it here. Crowd the body, cover. Milazzo capitalize on a... Doesn't get more dangerous than that. But Tapia will avoid getting pinned here. What a crazy series of events there. It seemed like that might have been it for Milazzo, but he adjusted so well, rolled through on that crazy throw by Tapia, and so he'll take the lead 7-0 off of Tapia's offense. Milazzo covers. Just a minute left in this first period, but what a flurry of action there. Tapia building his base. Milazzo with this crossbody ride, though, he's got the leg in, making it really difficult. We're seeing a lot of leg riding here today in Hempstead. Hasn't been overly successful, though, for either team. Tapia trying to build here, but this crossbody ride is a difficult one. 20 seconds left in this first period. Not much happening here. Both guys not really in a position to work to improve. But that'll do it for the first period. Tapia down 7-0 after a crazy series of events there. Milazzo will defer, and so be Tapia's choice, and he'll take neutral. Pressuring right away with that front headlock. See if he sets something up there. He's got an underhook. What's crucial if he goes for a throw here is really dropping his hips, making sure that he's not floating in somewhere where Milazzo can capitalize on a beautiful double here, and he's got the arm bar, little crossbody, excuse me. See if he's able to adjust, but now in this 50-50, Tapia needs to elevate that leg or cover the body, or Milazzo is going to completely avoid getting taken down here. What a performance. Some great defense off of a very strong attack. Another great attack by Tapia. Nice little double. Just needs to climb the body. He'll get 3 there. Help narrow the score. 7-3 now. 58 seconds left in this second period. They'll move back to the center of the mat. Coach Charles Small on his feet saying, let's pick it up, guy. Tapia is going to take a modified start. Choosing to let Milazzo, up. Going straight for the takedown, though. Really extending the leg. Beautiful shot. Now he needs to cover the body. Elevate that leg. Nice little trip. Cover, climb. That'll be 3 more points for Hofstra. Make it 6-8 now, really narrowing the deficit. We've seen Tapia do this before, particularly in a match last season against George Mason. Really stands out to me. Where he was down, he was on his back, and he still managed to cut down on the deficit and win. Short time in the second period, though. Trying to cut down the riding time to less than a minute, see if that plays a factor. And he will. So the riding time will be under a minute, but there's going to be a stall call on Tapia, but no point yet. It's the first warning. 1 second on the clock. So going into this third period, Tapia still down 6-8. Milazzo is going to take bottom. Tapia with this modified start again for the Pride. Gonna let Milazzo up. Quick on the shot, though, from Tapia. Right on the ankle. Needs to cover and not get lifted by Milazzo, who's trying to use this lock on the leg. Tapia's got to cover here. Work his way out. Use a little crossface to get his leg back. Sprawl out. Short time. Excuse me, not short time, but that's going to be a 3-point takedown for Noah Tapia. Put him up 9-9, now tied here in this third period. 1 minute and 21 seconds on the clock as they stop here. Going to be an escape for Milazzo there. Make it 9-10, so Tapia needs his takedown, and he's set one up here. Double to a single. He's got to elevate this leg. Milazzo making it very difficult, though. Turning the corner. Good work by Tapia. That's going to be the takedown. So now he's going to be up finally, 12-10. Building some riding time now. 50 seconds left. So recovered from what was a very scary start to this match for Tapia. This will be stall warning on Milazzo.
Thirty seconds.
Short time left in the match here. Tapia still on top in control here. Trying to mat return on the edge of the mat here. Adjusting, moves to a single. Keep in control. Super short time, and that will do it. So Noah Tapia will win this match 12-10 in a very interesting series of events. Give Hofstra 3 more points for that decision. Hofstra will take a 16-0 lead so far over the Pioneers.
At 157 pounds for Secret Heart, by junior Felix Latini.
Moving to 157 pounds, we will see Jarius Clark once again for the Pride. He will be taking on Felix Latini, the junior, out of New Jersey. Clark, a redshirt sophomore, also out of New Jersey. Clark has split his matches so far today with a win against Duke and then a loss against the Citadel. Clark getting to work early here with the nice little underhook. Completely lifts Latini off the mat, basically, and out of bounds. Latini, a junior, spent some time at the University of Wisconsin before joining the Pioneers. Some clubbing there, but nothing too crazy. Not setting up any attacks quite yet from either guy. Halfway into this first period, basically. Nice little snap there by Latini, but Clark's not going to give him anything. Latini trying to pick up the pace, getting some footwork in. Neither guy seems to really want to tie up too much. Keeping that distance. Some quick guys. We know Clark likes to shoot from some space. Now getting a little bit more aggressive with the hand fighting here. Latini trying to control wrist there. Clark got out of it. About 40 seconds left in this first period. Still scoreless. Hofstra, of course, with a solid lead over Sacred Heart, 16-0. Some heavy hands. Can hear that sound. Some quick feet there by Latini.
And seconds.
But that's going to do it for the first period. Scoreless so far. Clark had a really good look at the beginning, but wasn't able to make anything happen from that. Clark will take bottom to start this second period. Be a caution there on Latini. A little bit of an early start. Clark, of course, split decisions earlier today, but on this season, he's 1-2 so far. Last season, he ended fairly strong, placing 7th at the EIWA tournament. One of 2 guys to place for the Pride, the only returner. Quick to his feet, though. Clark trying to get away. On the edge of the mat here. Go back to the center and restart. Clark up on his feet, finally breaks the lock, and so he'll get the escape. First one to get on the board here. See if they can get some offense going. Both guys kind of content to just wait it out, see who opens up. Nice little slide by. Attempt there, but nothing. Time winding down in the second period, though. Like I said, this is Hofstra's third duel of the season technically, but had their first duel just earlier today against Duke, and then the Citadel, now going against Sacred Heart, their first EIWA opponent of this season. But before that, had a performance at the Princeton Open and the Journeyman Collegiate Classic, and very exciting duel next weekend against Ohio State as the Pride travel out to Columbus. But time in this match is going to wind down. Third period now. Clark with the 1-0 lead currently. Latini's going to take bottom.
Just keep walking by.
Latini quick to get up to his feet. Clark covering well, looking for a mat return. Puts a leg in. Has his arm in. Latini trying to crowd the body, though, so he can adjust. Looking to peel Clark's hand. Clark trying to keep his hand on the head. But he's got his ankle in, and so if Latini can elevate that ankle, he could find a way out. We're going to have a technical violation there. The penalty is going to give Latini 1 point there as they reset here in the center of the mat. Latini quick to sit out, searching for Clark's ankle. Clark's going to do a good job of sitting back and not giving him that. Latini on his feet. Clark moving down to the legs to keep it. Not going to let him out. He's got a minute left. Riding time currently not a factor, but it's building as Clark is still on top and in control. 1-1 though, so an escape could narrow up this match. Or excuse me, could win this match, really. Stall warning here on Clark. Back to the center of the mat. Clark slow to get there. Had a long day here in Hempstead. 48 seconds on the board. And 48 seconds of riding time, so going to be really crucial that Clark stays on Latini here, but he's going to get a caution for an early start. Latini quick to his feet, rolls. Clark covers, though. On the edge of the mat here, they'll go out. 57 seconds of riding time now. Latini just trying to get that escape. Clark trying to keep him down. 3 more seconds for it to be a factor. So riding time will be a factor here. Latini's still trying to escape, though. Clark following well on the body. Clark following. Still in. Now they're out of bounds. 19 seconds on the clock. Clark in control, but he needs to be careful and not let Latini out, or they will go into overtime. Clark with a good mat return following Latini. Latini has been great about getting up to his feet, though, but Clark is making it really difficult. He's now on a leg. Short time here. It'll be stalling on Clark, and so Latini will get a point. And so with the riding time point, they are tied at 2-2 and will go into overtime. Clark slow to get to the center. Now this is both the benches are fired up in this match. Tied at 2-2. Just need a takedown to win. Both benches yelling at their guys. Little in-conference duel action. Getting fired up here. Both guys fired up, a little renewed here. Shot by Clark, in on a leg. In on the ankle. But Latini's also on top of Clark. Dangerous spot here. Clark on the ankle. He's got his finish at the back. Adjust. Cover the body. Latini on an ankle, though. They're in a 50-50. But Clark, Latini covers, gets his hips high. He's going to get working for the takedown here. He's in the better position. The ref just has to award it. Clark's got to keep moving, though. He can't just sit here. Ref's not going to call a stalemate, but Clark adjusts beautifully. Still nothing yet, though. No points. Clark across the body. Sacred Heart's going to throw the challenge brick. Clark's still trying to cover. He's on the leg, but nothing yet. Still on the leg. Latini diving for the ankle. Clark trying to isolate one side. Finally going to get a stalemate here. And review the Sacred Heart call. But what a series of action there. Both wrestlers want this takedown bad. 54 seconds left in this overtime period, but we'll see if there's anything on Sacred Heart's block. I guess the coach is saying, never mind. Ignore the challenge brick. So we'll get back to action here. This is as close as it gets, and Clark has had a lot of overtime matches, but this might be the most exciting one. $40 seconds on the clock here. Some action here. Clark in on a leg. He's got to elevate it. Latini trying to step over. Latini moves Clark up the body, avoids the attack. Well done by Latini there. Ten seconds, though. This is really coming down to the wire here. Clark posting on the hand. He needs to not stop going forward, or he's going to get hit with stalling. The ref won't award anything, though. They'll move to 2 30-second riding time periods. Clark is tired. He's feeling it. So Latini will start on bottom. Really coming down to the wire. Still a whole lot of dual meat left, but both matches are fired up in this matchup. Clark covers. Latini quick to his feet. Clark with a nice step back. Latini here, if he elevates this ankle, he could find himself in a good position over Clark. Clark's got to be careful. This is the problem with leg riding. You can expose yourself to some danger. But short time here. Clark might be able to just hold it on. Just a couple seconds here. Okay, that's going to do it for the first overtime period. But now Clark needs to get up here in order to win this match. Still 5 more matches after this. Clark's going to choose to go neutral. Caution here. So that's going to give Clark the point, making it 3-2. Charles Small is losing his mind. Clark in a very dangerous spot, and he's going to give up a takedown to Latini. $16 seconds left here. They're going to get restart in the center. Latini just capitalized on that moment of exposure from Clark. Both benches on their feet. Clark getting set, 16 seconds. You're fine, you're fine. Yeah. Clark working here right now. Trying to build up a short time here. And so Latini will take this match. Tough loss for Clark there. But Sacred Heart will put themselves on the board. Still losing to the Pride 16-3 as we move to 165 pounds. It's going to be Kyle Mosher for the Pride, taking on Mike McGee. McGee, a senior out of New Jersey. Mosher, grad student out of Rockville Center. Mosher, of course, transferred from Columbia this season in his grad year. Followed Jamie Franco after the year he spent with the Lions. But Mosher is no stranger to Hempstead into the Hofstra team, as he's quick on his attacks here, trying to set up, looking for the fall early. And he'll get it. Super fast fall, 16 seconds in. Kyle Mosher leaving no question, putting 6 points on the board for the Pride. After some tough matches earlier today, to remind the people that he's more than capable. They'll put the Pride up 22-3, moving to 174 pounds.
At 174 for Sacred Heart, a graduate Ethan Zarella. And for your Pride, a sophomore from Asheville.
It's going to be grad student Aiden Zarella for the Pioneers out of Rhode Island. As for the Pride, it's going to be Grayson Harris again. Harris, once again, a redshirt sophomore. Struggled so far today, losing in both of his matches. Little break here. But what a pin by Kyle Mosher after a very fast match, after a very long match. Nice little attempt there by Zarella. Harris has had to step up into this 174-pound starting role for the Pride after Ross McFarland moved up to 184 this season. Another shot attempt by Zarella, but one thing we've seen from Harris today is he's really able to defend these quick little shots really well. He's done that in his last two matches. Even though those have been losses, he's performed very well. Harris now 2-5 on the season. Picked up some wins at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic last weekend. Nice shot there by Zarella. Lifting the leg. Harris trying to adjust, trying to avoid getting taken down here. Harris doing a good job. Continuing to move on the edge of the mat here. No points. Zarella trying to elevate. Trying to drag him back in. Harris working out, though, and that's going to be 3 for Zarella. Put him up with a minute left in this first period. Franco's going to throw the challenge brick, though. Wants a review of that call. But 3 more matches after this, and then we'll wrap up a very busy day here in the MAC. Of course, Hofstra, the night is still young. They've still got on men's basketball taking on UMass Amherst, and then Hofstra men's soccer is competing in the CAA championships, hosting here against UNCW. So plenty of action for the Pride today. Referees reviewing this call, but as I was saying earlier, next weekend, Hofstra heads to Columbus, Ohio to take on Ohio State. Obviously, a very good program, but there's also some deep history there. Chase Liardi spent a season there, his first year collegiate. But also, head coach Tom Ryan was head coach for Hofstra for several years. He coached previous head coach Dennis Papadopoulos, and so the ties run deep. Of course, Hofstra hosted the Buckeyes last season right here in this arena. Looks like the call is going to... Oh, Hofstra's going to win the challenge, and so the takedown will be called back. So it'll be 0-0 with a minute left in this first period. Harris digging some underhooks here. Zarella going to clear. Zarella pushing the pace on offense here, but Harris doing a really good job of adjusting.
30 seconds.
Short time in this first period. Zarella in on the leg again. It's going to be a stall warning on Harris. Harris pressuring, trying to control a wrist there. Zarella with some tough snaps. It's going to be scoreless going into the second period now. Harris is going to take bottom. He'll look for an escape to put himself on the board. Just getting set here. Harris quick to his feet. He'll get 1 point escape. Finally get some points on the board here. Zarella still controlling the center of the mat here, pressuring Harris, making him have to back up as he gets to a leg here. Elevating it, lifting the single. Trying to cut. On the edge of the mat, he'll switch to a double and he'll get the takedown. And they will go out of bounds, but that will put Zarella up 3-1. Still lots of time in the second period. Zarella working crossbody here. He's got a leg in. Harris trying to use that. They'll get flattened out. Zarella in this crossbody leg. Now working an arm bar. Trying to set up a tilt. Harris has got to take that arm back. Get that hip down. Put his weight on that side. Trying to swim. Get his arm free there. As he builds, gets to his feet. Zarella with a little mat return there. Harris really trying to build. Now using Zarella's leg to try to set something up, but he'll just get the escape. Narrow it to 2-3. Zarella has a minute and 8 of riding time, though. So we're getting to the end of this second period. I'll do it for the second period. It'll be Zarella's choice. He's going to take bottom to start this third. quick to cover, or excuse me, too quick to move. That's going to be a caution for the Pioneer as he gets reset here. Another one of those, and it's a point for Harris. Up to his feet quick, and Zarella will get the escape. Harris needs a takedown to even out this match. Zarella with a nice little shot attempt, but Harris on a beautiful double, switch to a single, on the leg on the edge of the mat. Needs to continue to climb the body or elevate here, though. He's got the leg. Zarella is making it really hard, though, by pressuring on the head, and they'll be out of bounds, and so be a caution on Zarella. And they'll restart here in the center in neutral. A minute left in this match now. Harris still down. Zarella still with the riding time advantage. Harris on a collar tie. Zarella trying to set up a Russian there. Shot by Harris. Zarella now avoiding. Harris with another shot. Not able to set anything up, though. Short time here. Zarella avoiding. So that'll be a stall warning. That'll be a point for Harris to make it 3-4. But that's not going to be enough, as Zarella will take this match 5-3 victory over Harris. So Sacred Heart will get 3 more points on the board, bringing up to 22-6 as we move on to 184 pounds. For Sacred Heart, it's going to be junior Hunter Perez of New Jersey. And then for your Hofstra Pride, Ross McFarland. The grad student from New York. Moved up to 184 pounds this season after wrestling at 174 for most of his Hofstra career. Has had 2 good wins on the day. I'm looking to help extend Hofstra's dominant lead over Sacred Heart here. And he'll get no points yet. Early attacks. That'll be the 3 there. For an early takedown from McFarland, elevating the leg and covering the body well on the edge of the mat. And they will reset in the center here. Getting set here. McFarland covers. Quick start off the whistle. Perez on his feet, but McFarland covers well. Still in. They'll be out of bounds now. Getting set here. McFarland now 4-1 on the season. His only loss at the Journeyman Collegiate Classic in his B bracket final. Up at 184 pounds. Got Perez completely flat here. Looking to set something up on top. Reaching across for that far wrist, trying to roll it under the body. Looking for a cross face. Go back under the arms here. Little chop. About a minute left in this first period. McFarland completely in control right now. It's going to be a stall warning against Perez. Another one of those, and it'll be a point for Hofstra. Nice little mat return there for McFarland.
30 seconds.
Nice little chop there. Staying on Perez on the edge of the mat here. Be 12 seconds left on the clock in just this first period as they reset in the center of the mat. But more about the rest of the season for Hofstra. Of course, they travel next weekend to Ohio State. And then at the start of December, they have one of the toughest, if not the toughest tournament of the season at Cleve King, Las Vegas, December 6th and 7th, before coming back to New York, take on Columbia, Nassau Community College, and Morgan State in another tri-dual series on December 21st. So keep an eye out for that. Moving to this second period, McFarland up 3-0, 2 minutes and 14 seconds of riding time, so he's completely dominated this match. He's going to take bottom to start. McFarland quick to his feet. Perez with this crossbody ride, though, has a leg in. McFarland up, just trying to get out. And Perez will let him out for 1 point escape. Put him up 4-0. Beautiful shot there, McFarland to the leg. Finishes with a trip. Beautiful takedown. Put himself up 7-0. Minute and 20 left in the second period, so lots of time to work. Perez gets to his feet. McFarland pushes him away, give him the escape. So he can keep working for these takedowns. Perez with a little shot attempt there. Easily avoided by McFarland. Now in a front headlock here. Be a stalemate there. Quick call by the ref. 51 seconds left in the second period. Little stop there. Nice shot in on the leg. Farland in on the leg again. He'll get another 3 points for a takedown. Bringing it up to 10-1. Really taking control of this match. Once again, for a tech fall, it's got to be 15 points more than your opponent. But McFarland's still got a minute and 14 seconds of time to work with, so definitely in range. He's got the win by major decision right now as the score sits. Riding time only increasing. That's going to do it for the second period. Moving to the third. Coach Jamie Franco is going to say Let him up. Give him the escape just to start in neutral. Making it 10-2 right now. Nice little snap, go behind, easy takedown there by McFarland. Put himself up 13-2. Trying to set up a cradle, but he'll just push Perez away, give him the escape, make it 13-3, but he'll get another takedown. Make it 16-3 here. Minute and 24 seconds left in this third period. Lots of time for McFarland to work. He'll give Perez the escape. Just needed another takedown to get that win by technical fall. Nice little slide-by attempt. McFarland really searching for the legs now. Knows he can finish. Just got to find that opening. He's got a minute to do it. In on the legs. Trying to finish here. Got to circle around. Climb the body, come out the back. And McFarland will do it. That'll be 3 more points. So he will win this match 19-4. Put 5 on the board for the Pride. Make it 27-6. And it's becoming a dominant victory for the Pride. Just 2 more matches left. So no matter what the Pioneers are able to do, the Pride will take home this victory. They'll end the day with a win over Duke, win over Sacred Heart, and then a tough loss against the Citadel. But moving to 197 pounds, it'll be Nicholas Miller, redshirt sophomore out of Pennsylvania, for the Pride. And then for the Pioneers, Jake Travato, a junior out of Lindenhurst, New York. Miller with a quick shot attempt there. Travato into a front headlock, though. Trying to cow catcher Miller there. Take him straight to his back. Miller does a good job of evening out. Still trying to get caught there, though. Travato exposes himself, though, and Miller's able to capitalize and get the takedown there. Miller covering the body here. Travato building up. Looking for a reversal here, a little Granby roll. Nothing yet. Miller's adjusting well, and he'll get back on top. The referee will award a reversal for Miller there. Or excuse me, he gave Travato a reversal. Excuse me, the score is interesting right now. Either way, 5-3 in favor of Miller. So go for a shot here. Defended by Travato. Miller with a heavy hand there. Collar tie now on a wrist. Clears it. Short time left in this first period, though. Flurry of action there. And then nothing since then. Little overtie there. So going into the second period, Miller will take bottom, up 5-3. Of course, the Pride have already secured this team victory. But these individual matches do matter. Once again, Sacred Heart is an EIWA opponent. So for postseason seeding, these matches matter a lot. Travato really trying to find some way to throw Miller, get him on his back, but he'll get the escape to put himself up 6-3. Got a little bit of aggression there on the edge of the mat. Miller in on the shot. Trying to finish step over the leg. Travato on the ankle, though. Looks to cover, and he will put himself up 9-3 now with that takedown. Beautifully done. Covering the body well. Use a crossface to get to the arm. See if he sets something up there. He will. Nice little barbed wire. Looking for the pin now. Miller's getting back points. He covers the body, adjusts well. He's got him on his back. And that'll be the fall. 6 points for the Pride. Nicholas Miller with the pin. Put Hofstra up 33-6 over Sacred Heart. And we'll move to our last match of the night. We've got Danny Church taking on Brendan Gilchrist. Gilchrist a sophomore, Danny Church a redshirt sophomore. Gilchrist out of Connecticut. Danny Church out of Pennsylvania. Here at heavyweight. And the final match after a long day of wrestling here in Hempstead. Church with an underhook. They'll clear the ties. Hofstra once again with a perfect 14-0 lead all time against Sacred Heart. And will move that record to 15-0. Church in on a leg now. Elevating it well. Working for the takedown still. Gilchrist doing a good job sprawling out there on the edge of the mat. About a minute gone in this first period. Gilchrist controlling the wrist there. Miller adjusting to something he likes. It's inside control. They'll break ties. Minute and 30 left in this first period. Church still with inside control. Church with an underhook here. Gilchrist with one of his own. Church has lost both of his matches here in Hempstead today, so he's looking to finally get a win for himself. Coming into this weekend, though, he was 2-4 previously. They're posting some good wins. Part of that very impressive recruiting class last season for the Pride, though this year's class just as impressive, even though you didn't get to see any of them wrestle today. But Gilchrist with a beautiful little ankle pick there to get the takedown on Church towards the end of this first period. Some good athleticism from the heavyweights here, trying to set up a cradle on Church on the edge of the mat. He's got it really tight. Church is going to have to really fight and kick out to avoid getting caught here. That'll do it, though, as he gets caught on the edge on his back. So that'll do it for the duel. Hofstra will take home the victory over Sacred Heart, 33-12, for a perfect 15-0 record over the Pioneers. And that'll do it for a busy day here in Hempstead. Win over Duke, lost to the Citadel, win over Sacred Heart. Jamie Franco is starting his Hofstra career with a 2-1 dual meet record right now, but that'll do it. I'm Olivia Hillstead. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to Zach Weicker for joining me in that first duel, and then Ethan Poole on the second duel. And like I said, that's going to do it for this busy day of wrestling here in Hempstead. Once again, I'm Olivia Hillstead. Thank you for tuning in. Have a good night.